Ooh. Yo. All right, that's working. Welcome to week 13. Week 13 of NFL football. Fantasy playoffs around the corner. All NFL teams fighting for control of their division, playoff spots. So a lot at stake over these next weeks. We have to try to make our fantasy playoffs, and many teams are fighting the last chances to clinch their divisions or get into playoff. So good stuff incoming this week. Let's make sure everything's working. So this one goes matchups for rushing, matchups for passing. We'll get the offenses updated, but for now, drop any thoughts, comments, questions in the chat. We got a great week here. Slated some bad weather and some matchups. So make sure you know which games potentially and players could be impacted. Cleveland versus 49ers is probably the biggest one top of mind right now. So thinking of starting Brock Purdy, some of those receivers there. Maybe consider a different option if you have a good option. But let's see here. We can get these offenses updated while we wait. So excited. Or a few games, spotlight game being for me. Rams versus Panthers. Rams versus Panthers. Something I am interested in to see Bryce Young and Tetaroa McMillan. What can we expect out of them moving forward into fantasy playoffs? Because going from a crazy good week, crazy bad week against a good defense of the Rams, I really want to see what they can do. I really want to see what the Carolina Panthers can do. Plus, both these teams fighting for their division playoff spots. Carolina is not out of it, being 6-6, and the Buccaneers struggling as much as they have with injuries and things. The division is still technically up for grabs. So Carolina does have a lot to fight for in this game. The Rams division, very competitive. Pretty much must wins, right? Seattle and the 49ers both not super far behind. So Rams cannot give slack. Rams cannot give slack. Interestingly enough, it seems like Matthew Stafford is a potential candidate for MVP. So we shall see. We shall see. Boom, this is updated. We shall see if they continue this campaign or not. So that's something to watch on that side of the football. Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, you're most likely starting all of them. There's some reasons to get away from them, right? But but it would be hard to get away from them. It would be hard. So that's the spotlight game. Uh, some of the games don't seem competitive on the surface. So hopefully hopefully we end up with a good week. Football, we just got to see if some of these games are competitive. Uh, there's a lot of divisions up for grabs with even with how hot, sorry, the Colts started. They're playing Houston, very good defense, and Houston has quietly been able to stay at contention. So this is a huge game for the Colts, even if um Houston is quote unquote not that scary on offense. This is a huge game. Huge game between the Colts and the Texans. So hopefully that game turns out well. The Colts have been a little shaky these past weeks. Daniel Jones fighting through an injury. Um, so lot at stake there. Houston's defense has continued their dominance. So let's see if the Colts offense, who, started the season real hot, best offense in the league, let's see if they can continue that against this Houston defense. Justin, how are you doing? Hi, happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you had a great week. What is up with you? What you got going on this week for football? Hope you are well. Um, while you drop that in the chat, if you're still around, let's see. Saints versus Dolphins. Dolphins are not completely out of it either, even though it's a long shot, right? Even though it's a long shot, they're not completely done, technically speaking, but pretty much done. Um, so hopefully that Saints Dolphins game will be fun. Uh, maybe the Saints can put together some offense. Who knows? Falcons versus Jets. Surprisingly enough, the Falcons too, while not having played good football recently, they're not completely out of it either. They are not completely out of it either. Um, so they have something worth fighting for too, the Falcons. Their 49ers kind of need to make the wild card spots. It's possible for them to win the division, but with the Rams 2 games ahead and how well they're playing, Seahawks, how well they're playing, it's possible that the Niners still clinch the division, but they're currently fighting for a playoff spot. Um, so hopefully that's a good game in some bad weather. So we'll see if they can overcome the weather. Rams Panthers we talked about. Jaguars versus Titans. Now the Jaguars are in playoff contention right now, right? They are in playoff contention, and we just talked about how close and important that Texans Colts game is, right? If the Texans win, the Jaguars win, they could theoretically be taking over the division over these next weeks. So they are in playoff contention right now and in fighting for the division. So expect the Jaguars probably to beat the Titans, right? But hopefully the Titans can put up some good football there. And we got the last game of the first slate, Cardinals versus Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers must win. We just talked about how this division is very close with the Panthers only a game back. So Bucks got to keep winning. Baker Mayfield being hurt, slightly concerning, right? But it looks like he's playing through injury. Bucky Irving coming back, probably on a limited snap count, most likely. Um, so we shall see what they decide to do there. Cardinals, even though their record's not great, they've been playing pretty solid football, at least on the offensive end, um, with Jacoby Brissett taking over for uh, Kyler Murray. Maybe that transition's permanent. We don't know, but that'll be interesting seeing the offense. And the Buccaneers, um, we'll see if that's a competitive game. You imagine the Bucks are going to win, but with an injured Baker and the Cardinals playing some pretty good offense, maybe that game will be competitive for this morning game. Slate. Um, let's see. We'll get into the afternoon games in just a second of the breakdown of what we can be looking forward in those afternoon games. But the first slate of games, hopefully we see competitive football, like I said, but we shall see, right? We shall see. So be sure to drop any thoughts, any questions in the chat before these games get going. I know for us on the fantasy football end, what do we have? We have, maybe 2 or 3 weeks left, depending on your league, right? Depending on your league, a couple weeks left. So fighting for playoffs, right? A lot of people fighting for playoffs. Um, hopefully everybody makes it. And those who are out of playoff contention, hopefully you're still setting lineups to, keep your league competitive, keep it fun. There's still bragging rights, right? Um, so hopefully everybody has a great week of football. Much celebrations. Smitty, how are you? How are you? Happy Thanksgiving. Purdy, Stroud, or Jones? Um, so we talk about matchups here, and right now Purdy's playing in some bad weather. You can double check to confirm, but Purdy in Cleveland is projected to have really bad weather. Sometimes quarterbacks can play through that, but that is a concern of mine. Browns already have a pretty solid defense, so it knocks Purdy down a notch for me. Um, and Smitty as well, right? The other two guys, Stroud and Dan. I'm assuming that's Daniel Jones, right? They're playing each other. Texans have a lockdown defense. Um, Colts defense is pretty good as well for against the passing, but the Texans side of the football is uh pretty tough. You look at the best defensive matchups here, and we will move it right here, right? You look at the passing defenses, um, and while what's it called? Uh, you know, Daniel Jones has done well. You look at who he's matched up against, and the Texans, right? 10 touchdowns on the year, 2,100 yards, right? That's like 150 yards a game, less than a touchdown a game passing. Plus, Daniel Jones is hurt. So for me, it comes down to Stroud, even though I don't like it. So I would do Stroud there. Hopefully that helped you, Smitty. Make sure to drop a like, guys, if you can. Much love to you and your teams. Please drop a like if you can. Much helpful. Or let me know if that was not helpful, Smitty. I'll keep looking at your comments. Sigma, yo, how are you? Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. You're back and your team is looking good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. This we never give up, right? Final playoff push. Let me know if you got any questions for your team or if you just want to flex, drop your team and I could make some comments or some thoughts on it. But glad to hear things are going good. Much celebration to everybody who's fighting through week by week to try to make it to playoffs. And even if you don't make playoffs, bragging rights, right? So much love. And then Smitty says start two: Purdy, Mariota, and Young. Oh man, this is tough sledding in that league. This is tough sledding in that league. So we look at the matchups. Young does not have a good matchup. I assume that's Bryce Young, right? He's playing the Rams, but the Rams are going to score, so he's going to probably have to do something, or he could just get, you know, donated. But you project a negative game script, even though it's not a good matchup, right? Even though it's not a good matchup, Mariota is, I would say he's probably one of your safer floor options. Oh shoot, he's playing the Broncos though. So all these guys have tough matchups. All these guys have very tough matchups. So if I look at things purely from a matchup perspective, then none of these guys I would say stand out to me as must starts. I would have said Purdy has the best chance, but that weather does concern me a bit. So if we just look at the pure matchups, Broncos one of the toughest defenses to pass against. You look at them allowing less than a touchdown a game, and 200 yards a game roughly. So what you're hoping there is Mariota to get, a few runs on the ground and maybe get you something, but the touchdown upside is not there. So you're really just hoping for 200 yards passing, maybe 40 yards on the ground or something like that. And hopefully a touchdown, right, against those Broncos. So what does that leave you? That leaves you probably 12, maybe 16 fantasy points as what you can potentially expect. You look at Bryce Young's matchup, 2,500 yards, 13 touchdowns, so maybe a better shot at a touchdown there. A couple hundred yards passing, maybe same. So I think these guys are in a very similar situation there. So if I'm picking between the two, uh, I would say I am looking more so at um, you know, you're both at home. Who do you feel has I guess the safer floor between Bryce Young and uh what's his name? Mariota. To me, it's Mariota, but it's close. So if you have a feeling, um, you know, go for it. And then in between Brock Purdy, or one of the others, I would say Brock Purdy's probably the most skilled player. So I think I would go Mariota and Purdy. Um, but all three of these guys, I'm not sold on any one of them. So if you have a feeling, Smitty, go for it. But that's who I would do. They're all not good matchups. Purdy does have to play in the rain. The other guys are at home. So if you like the home court advantages, go Mariota and Young. I'm going Mariota and Purdy and just hoping for that upside of Purdy. But if you want to go Young, I'm not sold on anybody. So hopefully that helps you. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Much appreciated, Smitty, for dropping those questions. Let me know if anything else. Ezekiel, do you play McConkey or Michael Wilson? Um, I would say, if do we know if what's his name is playing yet? Uh, what's this guy's name? Why is it evading me? Marvin Harrison. Do we know if he's playing yet or not? Um, okay, it says he's active. It says he's active. Okay, so let's look at expectations then. I still think Michael Wilson is gonna get targets. Okay. Um, maybe not 15 a game, but 8. Okay. I don't know if this is PPR too or not, Ezekiel. So I'm assuming this is PPR, but correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Um, and while what's his name? Mayfield is hurt, the Cardinals defense is not anything, to stand your toes against. So maybe the Bucks can still score, maybe not as effectively, but I think they still think they can score. So I don't necessarily think they're going to write the passing game out of the Cardinals. Brissett's been playing well. So you can imagine that those 8 targets would potentially, hopefully, in a PPR league, let's say 5 or 6 receptions, and hopefully 50, 60 yards with touchdown upside. Okay. That's so I would say that's safe. Of what the floor is with some upside, right? McConkey, I would say, he he has some risk associated. Recently he's been doing a lot better than the start of the season, right? But he still carries some risk, right? Because that offensive line is not the greatest. Herbert's under pressure. There's 4 mouths to feed. Gadsden, blah blah blah. Allen and Quentin Johnson. I think he's the safest option out of them. But you just look at his receptions, and I I I don't necessarily know if he's as safe for the 8 targets as I would say Michael Wilson is. So uh also, though, McConkey's targets are a little higher value, right? Both of them have decent matchups. I wouldn't necessarily say, uh, one must be played over um, the other because you look at the matchups of the Raiders, 17 touchdowns in the game, 2,500 yards. So 200 yards, right? And a touchdown and a half. So pretty decent matchup, but it's not anything crazy good, right? Um, and then you look at the Buccaneers, right? And they actually offer a little bit more, right? They offer 200-ish yards a game, but more touchdown upside. So I think for safety, I'd be playing Michael Wilson in most scenarios because I do still think he has potential upside. Um, and if I needed to swing for the fences, that's why I guess I would play McConkey and just hope for one of his 100-yard games and a touchdown and 7 receptions. Um, Michael Wilson to do that, it's a little harder for me to visualize with not Bowers, McBride, and then Marvin Harrison back. It's still possible, right? But I think Wilson's 8 targets are more likely than McConkey. So just depends on what you need. I'm playing Michael Wilson in most scenarios unless I need high upside for McConkey. Hopefully that helps you, Ezekiel. Drop a like if you can. Let me know if that brings any other questions. It's King Ahmed says Sutton or Marvin Harrison Jr. I assume this is PPR, but correct me if I'm wrong. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Much appreciated. It helps get us to other people. So much appreciated. Not only your questions, but your likes and participation as well. So what I gotta say on this, King Abed, the Broncos have the better matchup. The Commanders, they're one of the best matchups in the league when you look at the Commanders, right? 22 touchdowns, 2,900 yards. That's like 250 yards a game and basically 2 touchdowns a game. So there's that upside there for Sutton. His target share has not been anything to write home about, though, in terms of how many targets he's getting. So there is a little bit of risk, but so is Marvin Harrison Jr., right? I imagine he's coming back in somewhat of a limited capacity, working him in, right? How I mentioned earlier, Michael Wilson potentially still gets 8 targets, right? So I think both are relatively the same in the target aspect. I'm leaning Sutton for that touchdown upside and more guaranteed snap count. I don't know if they're going to limit Marvin Harrison on a snap count. I could be wrong, right? But with the upside potential of the matchup for Sutton and both of them being relatively the same in terms of a target share or a target, volume, and Marvin Harrison potentially being on a snap count, I would go Sutton for safety. Let me know if that helps or does not. Ezekiel, how are you? Brissett or Knicks? Ah, that's funny. Those are the exact quarterbacks from the previous question. What I got to say on Knicks is, he plays all of his best games at home. He has a great matchup here, but he is way more boomer bust, right? You look at Brissett, and he's just been the steady guy. Since he's taken over, he's been a top 5 quarterback since he's taken over. And while Bo Nix has way more upside, in terms of like you've seen 30-point games, 40, I think he even had a 40-point game, right? Nix in some fashions. Most roster builds, I'm playing Brissett just for the safety factor. Um, Nix is only my option if like all my other, rest of my team, their floor plays, I don't have any upside and I'm projected to lose, right? Like if I didn't have any upside players and all my players were just middle of the field and I needed the upside from my quarterback position to win my week, that's why I would play Knicks. But most roster builds, I'm playing Brissett because he's just been that good, right? Pretty much an 18-point floor. So it's hard to go off that, unless you need that upside. So that's what I would say, Ezekiel. Guys, drop a like if you can. Much, much appreciated. And wishing you all a great day of fantasy. July says Kittle or Kincaid. So, Kincaid is kind of touchdown or bust, right? But he does hit the touchdown more times than not. 49ers have a really, really tough matchup in the Browns, right? And not only that, that game is projected to be really bad weather. However, when it comes to a tight end possession, I would say bad weather weighs less than the downfield wide receivers who stretch the floor, right? Reason being is you imagine it's windy, right? You imagine it's raining. You imagine you're handing the ball off a lot, but you're still going to end up with like 3rd and 5, right? 3rd and 7 a lot because you're running the ball, the box is stacked. So when it comes to the passing opportunities and high value passing looks, on these 3rd down and middles or on the passing attempts they do want to take, your 20-mile-an-hour wind and rain affect more the 20-yard pass, right? Or downfield. But you can imagine the 0 to 15-yard range, which is where the tight ends hit the most, will probably still be utilized. So I think Kittle still has potential to, what's the word? Get usage, get targets. And then Kincaid is like, if you're hoping for a 3-catch and 2-touchdown game, that's probably more likely in Kincaid's scenario since you envision less points with Kittle, since Cleveland's probably not projected to score. The 49ers are fine managing the football, and Kincaid more so is like playing the Steelers who can score, right? But he's not going to get you 10 receptions, but it is possible for Kincaid to get 3 catches, 2 touchdowns, right? 40 yards or something like that. So most scenarios, I'm playing Kittle for the what's the lack of a better word, the guaranteed targets, right? The guaranteed usage, and things like that. But Kincaid is like if I absolutely need to swing for the fences and hope for 2 touchdowns, more likely that Bills will score more touchdowns because the 49ers are playing the Browns. You don't project the Browns to score 30 points, right? So hopefully that helped. Drop a like if you can. Much, much love to all of you and your fantasy teams. Much celebrations. Continue to drop questions in chat. We will get some live game scripts going. Everybody seems to think the Rams are going to win the most important game of this morning session with both teams fighting for playoffs, not just one. So let's get started with some analysis and games here. Drop any questions in chat. Any questions in chat or comments? Drop a like. Any likes, like the video if you can. And let's get some analysis started. Much celebrations, much love to you and your fantasy football teams. And so we have a great game of football started. We got Chris Godwin with a big splash play to start his game. And we got the Rams in the red zone already as well on the first drive of the game, only a minute and a half. So we spoke about how the Rams are one of the best, teams in the league right now. both sides of the football, both sides of the football. Great offense, great defense. Matthew Stafford on a MVP campaign, and that defense top echelon of defenses as well. So Rams are probably one of the teams you can expect to make a playoff run for the Super Bowl, I would say. They've been very consistent all year. So we got first and 10 for the Rams, passing it from the 10-yard line in the red zone. First and 10. All right, and we have Miami on their first drive as well. Tua Tagovailoa. Wow, did you just realize what you said, bro? Tua Tagovailoa. Man, I can't even speak his last name right now. Getting sacked. Getting sacked. They're showing him getting sacked, and they're also showing Trevor Lawrence getting sacked. So while some drives are starting red hot, some of them starting really poorly. So we got 2nd and 3 here on the 4-yard line. Red zone opportunity for Stafford. And Adams gets the touchdown. And just like we spoke about, the Rams offense off to a hot start with their reliable Devontae Adams. So we have Matthew Stafford, Devontae Adams for the touchdown. Matthew Stafford on his MVP campaign. All the doubters of Devontae Adams, look how many touchdowns this man is catching this year. And we have another touchdown there. So Rams are up now 7-0 against the Panthers. So let's get that updated. All right, so we got a 1st and 10 red zone, or marching on the red zone are Miami. So there was a big play that happened that we must have missed. And it looks like he's going to get to the end zone. And I think he does. Dolphin touchdown. Devon Achane. Scoring a touchdown here. All right. Let's see what happens. It is Devon Achane with the touchdown. Devon Achane with the touchdown. All right, so Miami is now up as well against the Saints. So extra point is up and kick is good. So Devon Achane scoring there. All right. So we got other movements happening. Baker Mayfield at midfield on 3rd and 10. Could not get Ibuka. So the Bucks are punting. Now we're showing Shedeur Sanders and Cleveland on their first drive. All right. We got 2nd and 8. And Judkins pass on 2nd and 8. Gain of 3. All right, let's get this score updated for y'all. Rams are up. Rams are up there. Okay, so we got a 3rd and 5 for Cleveland. 3rd and 5 for Cleveland here. Shedeur Sanders and team 33-yard line. 3rd and 5. Here they go. Snap is off. Looking, firing downfield, and the ball was too deep. He had Jerry Jeudy open, but could not get anything there. So slightly overthrown. Sauce Gardner suffers injury. Sauce Gardner suffers an injury. Looks like he tweaked a hamstring or, did something on that last run. So that's going to be something to watch for there. Sauce Gardner's out right now. We got Sauce Gardner in the locker room now. And we got Nico Collins with a catch into Colts territory. Oh man, Sauce Gardner is being helped off the field. He cannot even walk into the locker room on his own power. So they traded for him, and it's not good to see him getting hurt right now. So we got Nico Collins getting them. And we got San Francisco running it back. Big gain. Sky Moore and the Niners in red zone already on the punt return. 66-yard punt return for San Francisco, and they are already in the red zone. And so here we go, a pitch to Christian McCaffrey with some space. Nothing there. Pickup of 2. 2nd and 11 for Houston, who is also in the red zone. CJ Stroud in the line. Well, not the red zone, 35-yard line. Marching on the red zone. CJ Stroud looking over the middle, finding his man. And he's got space. And he's taken down at the 10-yard line. So 2nd and 8 now for San Francisco, 14-yard line. Another pitch to McCaffrey. And McCaffrey's looking for the end zone. And incomplete pass. 3rd and 8. So 3rd and 8 coming up for San Francisco. And right now the Colts are giving a lot up to the Texans, so we'll see what they can do there. All right, 11-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Texans, taking the snap, handoff, and Chubb gets about 2 yards maybe. 3rd and 8, San Francisco looking for McCaffrey. He's got him. And McCaffrey downed at the 2 or 3-yard line. All right. So 1st and goal for San Francisco here at the 2-yard line. 2nd and 8 for Houston. So here we go. We got another team getting to the red zone. Cam Ward is getting his team in the red zone as well. So CJ Stroud, we're looking, and nothing happening for him. It's going to be 3rd down. All right, here they go. Tight ends looking. Nothing there. Swallowed up. So we got 3 teams in the red zone right now. 3rd down for Houston, 3rd and 8. Colts lined up. 5 seconds left on the play clock for Houston. CJ Stroud, here we go. Taking the snap, looking, dancing, steps up, gets away, looking for the end zone. Nothing there. A flag is down, though. A flag is down. All right, 2nd and goal for San Francisco. You imagine this is going to Christian McCaffrey. And he swallowed up. Swallowed up. It's going to be 3rd and goal. Cam Ward on the 15-yard line. Taking the snap, dropping back. Firing for the end zone. Hits his man, but he could not get his feet down. So great play there. Just good defense to push the receiver out of bounds. Timeout is taken in the San Francisco game. I believe San Francisco's taking the timeout on that 3rd and goal. 1st and goal for Houston, so it was definitely a defensive foul, so it's going to be 2nd and goal after they threw it away. CJ Stroud just throws it away out of the end zone. 3rd and 8 for Cam Ward in the red zone, finding his man, but a good tackle keeps it short of a first down. So decision time for Tennessee if they're going to go for it on 4th down or take the points. We got Cleveland right now, 3rd and goal for San Francisco after that 66-yard punt return. Put them in the red zone. Here they go. Cleveland, 3rd and goal, about 2 yards needed. Handoff, and it's looks like he gets the touchdown. Touchdown for Christian McCaffrey for the 49ers. We got Christian McCaffrey with the touchdown. Nick Chubb taking it. It's going to be 3rd and goal, maybe 3rd and 2. A flag is thrown, though. All right. So we got illegal formation on Houston, so that's going to back them up. Tennessee takes the field goal, and that field goal is good. So Tennessee up 3-0 now. We got a touchdown for Christian McCaffrey. And there's a legal formation backing Houston up on their 2nd and goal now. So 2nd and goal. 2nd and goal here, 10-yard line for the Texans. And it looks like Chuba Hubbard just scored a touchdown against the Rams. It looks like Chuba Hubbard just scored a touchdown for Carolina. So touchdown, Chuba Hubbard. All right. Wow. So Bryce Young there. I don't know if that was a forward pass or not, but we'll call it a forward pass for now. Bryce Young for the touchdown. All right. And the Texans, 3rd and goal here. And then they're showing Jacoby Brissett. Oh, and an interception on Jacoby Brissett off the receiver's hands. Ball pops in the air, and the Bucs take over with the football. Ball just batted up, and Buccaneers dive on the football. So interception there. Here you go. 3rd and goal from about the 5 for CJ Stroud. Ball deflected, so it's going to be 4th and goal from about the 5. So we'll see what they decide to do here on 4th down in about 5. All right. That route was going to probably end in a touchdown, but the ball batted at the line of scrimmage. So great defensive play there by the Colts. They have the field goal team on right now. And so here we go. Kick is up. Kick is good. So field goal and points for Houston right there. All right. And right now they're showing the Tua Tagovailoa just throwing to nobody. That was a terrible pass. So Miami is punting after that terrible pass. Tua. All right, here we go. 7-7. Score is being updated. Score is being updated as we speak. Matthew Stafford and team back on the field. So Matthew Stafford and team, after their defense gave up a touchdown, tie game 7-7. Should be looking at Kyron Williams right now, finding some space, getting a first down. All right. So hopefully we get. All right. Let's see. Silent, how are you? Knicks or Dart? They just hit Devontae Adams for a big game. So I would probably play Dart in most situations just because Dart's been very consistent, you know. He's been very consistent. Uh I think Knicks has shown a lot of upside. His upside has happened all at home, and he's away right now. Commanders is a great matchup, but sometimes Bo Nick's floor comes out from under him, right? Versus Dart, you look at his game usage and when he's played, he's performed well. So most scenarios, I'm trying to play Dart. The only way I really talk myself into Knicks is like, how much upside do I need? I need to swing for the fences. So I'm playing Dart in most situations. Let me know if that helped you or not, Silent Flow. Let me know if you disagree. Because go ahead and go for it, right? If you just have a feeling for Knicks, trust your gut. But I would play Dart in most situations. Drop a like if you can. But much love to you and your team and your family for a happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you're doing well. But I played Dart. Let me know if that helped or not. We got the Rams in the red zone after a big completion to Devontae Adams, and now Kyron Williams gained them a first down. We got the Jets game. Nothing happening there yet. Jets and Falcons 0-0. So let's see. Empty backfield and Cousins is sacked. You're welcome, Silent Flow. Much appreciated. Drop a like if you can, but much, much love to you and your team. Hopefully you win. Here it goes. Trevor Lawrence finding Jacoby Myers for 50 yards. And Jacoby Myers bringing his team into the red zone. So first and goal for the Jacksonville Jaguars against Tennessee. Nothing there on first down. Gain of a few. Rams are back in the red zone, trying to make some moves. Let's see if these guys can score. We got 2nd and 6 here for the Rams, 2nd and 6. And in motion, Stafford got play action looking, firing, and no good. So it's going to be 3rd down here and 6 for Stafford. In the red zone, we got 2nd and goal here from the 4-yard line for the Jaguars. Second handoff in a row, nothing there, swallowed up again. So it's going to be 3rd and goal from about the 3 or the 4 for the Jags. We got 3rd down here for Matthew Stafford and team. So it's 3rd and 6 here for Stafford. 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Shotgun formation, taking the snap, looking, firing, ball batted up and intercepted. Intercepted. Ball batted in the air and intercepted. Matthew Stafford turns the ball over in the end zone. Wow. And we got a touchdown in the game for Jacksonville to Jacoby Myers. Trevor Lawrence to Jacoby Myers for a touchdown. So Jacoby Myers with the 50-yard reception to bring them into the red zone, and then he finishes the playoff with the touchdown. So Trevor Lawrence finding Myers for a touchdown. Jacksonville is now up 7-3. This is crazy. That was Stafford's first interception in a long time. And they're showing Bucky Irving getting some work for a 5-yard rush, making his debut. We got 4th and 1. Cleveland is marching on the red zone now. 4th and 1, and they go for it. And they are short. Stuffed. Turnover on downs. Turnover on downs by the Browns. Tried to run it, no good. Oh, draws people offside, Mayfield does. And he wants a free play, and they don't give it to him. On a neutral zone infraction. So that brings them to a more manageable 3rd down, the Buccaneers. But Baker kind of mad because he wishes he got a free play. Rightfully so, but they called the play dead. So 3rd and 8 for Baker Mayfield and team. Let's see what they can do here. 3rd down and 8-0-0 in that game. Man in motion. Taking the snap. And sacked. 400. Boy Griff. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you enjoyed some time. You got started 6-0, and you're now 8-4. So you've been struggling recently. Sounds like you'll probably still make the playoffs? Question mark. But how are you doing this week? You got any questions or things needed for your team this week? But we'll be hoping the best for you. Let me know if you got any questions. It's bad right now. Oh man. Oh no. What you got going this week? What you got going this week? Much love to you and your team. Much love. Hopefully you could do well. What's going on this week? We got 3rd and 4 for the Jets. And they're going for it. And nothing there. Oh, a flag, though. May bail them out. May bail them out. So the Jets may get bailed out or a pass interference call or something against the Falcons. Yep, pass interference. And now the ball is moving downfield. So we shall see what happens there. All right. We got 3rd and 14. 3rd and 14. Here we go. 3rd and 14 for Tua. And he's going to probably get sacked. Of course he gets sacked. All right. So 400 says Lamar didn't do anything, and Jonathan Taylor's been selling you. You need James Cook to ball out this week. Ooh, Lamar has been disappointing a lot of people, so I understand your pain there. The Bills are playing the Steelers. If we look at their rushing defense. All right, pull this up. So they're playing the Steelers. When you look at who the Steelers are in terms of rushing defense, it's not a great matchup. You know, they give up about 100 yards a game and less than a touchdown. So it's a tough matchup. But, you know, James Cook, hopefully he can overcome that matchup, right? Hopefully they can overcome that that matchup. James Cook is used in the passing game. Right? He is used in the passing game, so maybe that will be your saving grace as well. Because if you look at who the Steelers are in terms of passing, it's not as scary of an ask to score there, right? And again, James Cook, matchup aside, will probably get good usage, but you look, at the Steelers' defense in terms of passing, and people score on them through the air, 250 yards a game and a touchdown and a half. So I think it's possible for him to have a great game. Um, and I don't see them as like the crazy scariest defense. So hopefully that helps you. I'm not sure if you have any other decisions this week, but much love to you and your team. 400. Drop a like if you can. But let me know any other thoughts you got. We got 88% Rams. People thinking Rams will win against the Panthers. Hopefully the Panthers can keep it competitive. So 400 says, what do I think about Debo? He's in the flex. I guess the question is like Debo versus who, right? Debo versus who? When I look at the player profile of Debo, he does have some not so good games. Broncos is the matchup, okay? Right? Broncos is the matchup. And you look at the matchups here, look on the worst matchup side. The Broncos are one of the toughest matchups to throw against. Um, they offer about 200 yards a game, but only 9 touchdowns, right? So that's less than a touchdown a game. And Debo's magic is not necessarily yards. And if you're in a PPR league, reception wise, it's not like he's a target hog. So you'd be hoping for the touchdown. Tough matchup, I would say. Very tough matchup. I don't know who you have that you could put in place instead. But my thoughts on Debo is that, he's a decently good player where you're looking for the touchdown. It's just this week his matchup is against the Broncos, who's a very good defense, I believe, right? So I'm not sure who you could potentially start instead, but that's what I think. I think it's going to be a dice roll, right? Does he get into the end zone or not against this tough defense? So it just depends on who you would be taking the chance against if you don't play Debo. I hope that makes sense, and I hope that helps. Guys, drop a like if you can. Much love to everybody on this Thanksgiving weekend. Hopefully everybody had a great Thanksgiving. But hopefully that helps you, 400. Let me know if or if not, or if you have any other questions or thoughts. Yup. Oh, well, I appreciate you too, 400. I appreciate you too. Drop a like, guys, if you can. We got some catching up to do. It doesn't seem like there's been much scoring, but some ball movement is happening for sure in terms of uh, the Saints moving the ball down the field and looking for the Rams to come back 7-7 tied against the Panthers. So we got some hope that the Rams will keep this drive going. Looks like everybody's voting on the Rams to win this game, with them having 8 votes. Compared to Carolina. So here we go, 2nd and 10 for Stafford on his own 40-yard line, dropping back, firing, and it's picked off. It is picked off and run back all the way. Interception. Touchdown. Panthers go up with a defensive touchdown. Oh my goodness. There is a flag, I believe. Let's see if this there is no foul for a blindside block. It is a touchdown, so the touchdown is now confirmed. They're looking for Puka Nakua, and after no turnovers for Matthew Stafford, he's got 2. He had 2 interceptions all season until this point in time. And now in the first quarter, Matthew Stafford has thrown 2 interceptions. Wow. That is crazy. Woody Marks has a foot injury and is questionable to return. So he is being taken into the locker room, Woody Marks. The Colts are down 3-0. And they finally get a big play from Jonathan Taylor for 12 yards here. All right. We're showing Cleveland here. Shedeur Sanders. Isaiah Bond for an 18-yard reception. So he's got it. Shedeur Sanders was hit, but still had enough velocity on the ball to get it to his receiver. And so Cleveland gets the first down into San Francisco territory. Wow. Shedeur Sanders getting lucky. All right, and we got another touchdown going on here, guys. Touchdown for Brenton Strange. Touchdown, and the Jags are in complete control right now. Trevor Lawrence to Brenton Strange for the touchdown. So there you go. Brenton Strange with the touchdown. All right. So there you go. Trevor Lawrence and team up 2 touchdowns now. Or 2 scores. Going to be 14-3. All right. All right. Encroachment penalty is going to be declined. All right. The Jets are punting right now. Nothing here. Fair catch signaled and dropped and recovered in the end zone. Oh my goodness. Did the Jets just get a touchdown? Wow. Oh my goodness. And fumble is recovered. So fumble by Atlanta puts the Jets on the edge of a touchdown. Jacksonville's going for it on a 2-point conversion attempt here. Trevor Lawrence gets it. So Trevor Lawrence gets the 2-point conversion, so it's 15-3. All right, we got a 1st and goal for the Jets here. Golden opportunity. And Breece Hall takes it in for the touchdown. Breece Hall takes it in for the touchdown. Wow. Wow. Let's see. The Jets. Breece Hall for the touchdown. Breece Hall getting the hand-off touchdown after the muffed punt by the Falcons. Breece Hall for the touchdown. All right, the Rams are down 7-14, and Stafford's dropping back, and he finds his man and a 1st down. And there they go, the Rams back in Carolina territory. We are looking at Miami game, 1st and 10. Tua finding Darren Waller for 34 yards. So Darren Waller getting 34 yards. Miami is up 7-0 against the Saints. 34-yard completion for Darren Waller. 1st and 10 for the Rams, down 7-14. 37-yard line in their enemy's territory. And no, that is not Kyron Williams. That is Blake Corum for a 1st down. 1st and 10. Devon Achane up the middle. 2nd down for Miami. All right. 2nd and 6 for Miami. Let's see if they can do anything. Both Ollie Gordon and Devon Achane are both in right now. And it looks like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are also getting in the red zone. Chris Godwin doing work. Malik Washington was the target. No good. So 1st and goal for the Bucs here. Let's see what they decide to do. Bucky Irving up the middle. Not much there. All right. Malik Washington for Dolphins, no good. It's 3rd and 6. 21-yard line. Can we get a cool play here? Or is Tua's breaking free again. Firing the football. Breaks free. Nothing there. 2nd and goal for Baker Mayfield. And, off the hands of Godwin. Nothing there. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal for Baker. Tied 0-0. And the Saints get pressure. Force a field goal. 39-yard field goal attempt. Here they go. Field goal attempt for Dolphins is up. And the field goal is good. So Miami up 10-0. Mayfield look in. 3rd and goal. Ball is dropped by Chris Godwin in the end zone. 4th and goal. That is not something normal. But Chris Godwin there. Off his hands. They had it. And he just dropped it. So Tampa Bay dropped there. Tampa Bay dropped. They should have had the touchdown. Chris Godwin just straight up dropped it. So here they go. Field goal attempt. Field goal attempt is up. And field goal is good for Tampa Bay. 1st and 10 for the Rams, marching on the red zone door here. And we got Blake Corum getting about 6 or 7 on the ground on 1st and 10. We got 3rd and 15 for Shadur Sanders. And he gets majorly sacked. Pocket collapses and he gets sacked. 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 here. Cam Ward, and he gets sacked as well. So 2nd and 4 for the Rams. 2nd and 4 for the Rams. Here they go. Shotgun snap taken. Firing. 1st down is got out about the 12-yard line. Here they go again. Here they go again. So let's see. Let's see what happens next. We got some interesting starts to the game. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Rams. Down 7-14 after Stafford's 2 picks. Stafford looking. firing and off target. No good. It's going to be 2nd and 10. All right. Looking for Atlanta. Bijan Robinson breaking free, getting his. All right, so Bijan Robinson with the big play for his team. Sauce Gardner has been ruled out. And Kirk Cousins getting sacked again. So 2nd and 10 for Matthew Stafford. Setting up a screen. Gains about 4 or 5. It's going to be about 3rd and 5-ish. So we shall see what they do. 3rd and 6 here for the Rams. 3rd and 6. So 3rd and 6. Stafford has 2 interceptions already. But here they are. Down 7-14. On the verge of scoring. 3rd and 6. Let's see if they can punch this home here. On the spout, the 7-yard line. 3rd and 6. Dropping back. Stafford looking. Rolling. Firing. Finds his man. Devontae Adams for another touchdown. Devontae Adams for a 2nd touchdown. That is amazing. Stafford to Adams for a touchdown. Stafford to Adams for the 2nd touchdown. All right. So Devontae Adams gets the touchdown. Wow. That connection between Stafford to Adams, yo. Touchdown. Touchdown. Wow. Devontae Adams just passes Antonio Gates for most touchdowns all-time record today. Wow. Devontae Adams going crazy this season with Matthew Stafford. So Puka the target monster. Devontae Adams the end zone monster, man. All right. You got Daniel Jones and team marching towards the red zone here. All right. Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor with a big play. 33 yards for Jonathan Taylor. Big play there. All right. So tie game for Rams and Panthers. Tie game. So Jones marching. All right. So 2nd and 9 for San Francisco. George Kittle, first reception. 3rd and 3 for Daniel Jones. Handoff. Does he get there? They're saying he's short. Uh-oh. Saints turned it over and Tua, and he intercepts it too. So back-to-back interceptions, Saints and the Dolphins. Wow. Interception, back-to-back interceptions. 4th and 1 for the Colts. They marked it short, but somebody's injured. Injured Texan here. All right, so even though they had a great opportunity, they could not capitalize. They could not capitalize. So Tyrod Taylor, nothing there. 3rd and 10 for San Francisco. Nothing going on for Christian and McCaffrey. Nothing there for McCaffrey. So 3rd and 10. Brock Purdy, 3rd and 10, taking the snap, looking, firing, hits Kittle. Gains maybe 5 or 6. Is going to be 4th down. All right, punt. Punt is coming. Punt is coming. 4th and 4 for San Francisco. 2nd and 7 for the Panthers, who are tied 14-14 with the Rams. Everybody thought the Rams would run away with this, but some great plays from Carolina, and they are tied 14-14. Chuba Hubbard with a touchdown and now getting a 1st down. And here they go. Carolina, 1st and 10, trying to get across midfield. So let's see what they decide to do here. Chuba Hubbard's got some big plays. Let's see if they keep going back to him here. Under center, Bryce Young. 1st and 10, handoff. Chuba Hubbard on the outside, and he gets about 6. Chuba Hubbard running really well today. Playing very good today. So, 2nd down. 2nd down and 4 for the Panthers, who are trying to get to midfield. Tied 14-14 with the Rams. Chuba Hubbard in. Some nice big plays for him. He has the touchdown, 2nd and 4. Fakes the pitch, and he's got a lot of room to run, and Bryce Young just running it all the way down. 35-yard line. 1st down, Bryce Young. 4th and 1 here for the Colts. They're going for it here. I would not run this with Daniel Jones, so that's why he's and it's a fumble. And it's scooped up and it's drive short, and Houston turns the Colts over on downs. I don't know why they didn't get the points here, but they went for it and they paid the price. The Houston Texans have taken over on downs here. So they tried to go quick with Tyler Warren, and there was a fumble, and Jonathan Taylor just had to pick it up to try to make something out of it. And disaster there. Disaster. 3rd and 3 for Tampa Bay, up 3-0. 44-yard line, 3rd and 3. Baker Mayfield directing, looking down, and Mayfield running it for it himself, and he's got it, and he brings it to the red zone himself on his own feet. So it's going to be 1st and 10 for Baker Mayfield. All right. We got Mayfield getting his team into the red zone. 3rd and 3 for the Panthers. 3rd and 3 for the Panthers. Tie game, 14-14. So here they go. Under center. Here comes Bryce Young under center. Fakes the handoff. Looking, finding his man. Tommy Tremble. And they're going to be marked A yard short. Half a yard short. Let's see if they decide to go for it. So CJ Stroud intercepted. Oh my goodness. So turnover on downs by the Colts, and CJ Stroud throws an interception right away. Throws an interception right away. Great job. 2nd and 5 inside the red zone for the Buccaneers. And here he goes. Baker Mayfield looking. Checks it down. Abuka. It's going to be 3rd down and about 3 or 4. Bryce Young's going for it on 4th and 1. And they pitch it to Rico Dowdle, who gets the first down. Rico Dowdle gets the first down. So Carolina's offense is still on the field, tied 14-14. And the pitch to Dowdle, he gets the edge on the outside and gets the first down. 3rd and 3 for Baker Mayfield. 15-yard line. Looks like Rachaad White is in the backfield. Looking, hitting Rachaad White in stride. And does he take it to the end zone? I think he does. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. There is a flag. There is a flag. Penalty is against Tampa Bay. Touchdown does not count. Alec Pierce with the touchdown. Daniel Jones throwing a touchdown to Alec Pierce. 1st and 20 for Carolina after a holding penalty. Hubbard gets about 5. Third and 13 for Tampa. So Tampa is 3rd and 13 from their own 15, from the 15-yard line, or 25-yard line, sorry, 25-yard line. Mayfield looking for White, hits Rachaad White, makes a couple moves, is going to be a couple yards short of the first down. 2nd and 15 for Bryce Young, looking, firing, finding his check down, Chuba Hubbard. Gains about 5. It's going to be a 3rd and 10-ish. 3rd and long. All right. 4th and 2 for the Bucks. 2-minute warning. Nothing there. Going to go to the 2-minute warning. 4th and 2. So here we go. We got the Panthers here. 3rd and 8. Shotgun formation for Bryce Young. 17-yard line. 3rd and 8. Empty backfield. Looking. Avoiding the pressure. And Bryce Young, 4th down. It's going to be a field goal attempt. Nothing there. Nothing there. All right. So nothing there for Bryce Young and team. Will have to take a field goal. But it's tie game, so they can take the lead here. So Carolina, field goal attempt. Kick is up. Kick is good. Panthers take the lead 17-14. So Carolina is taking the lead still. They are showing Tua and the Dolphins 3rd and 3. Not doing so good here. Lofted it. Jalen Waddle for a first down. All right. Moving the chains is Miami. All right, let's see. So 47. All right, 1st and 10 for Tua. Run game going. Get another first down. Devon Achane. 1st and goal for the Dolphins. 1st and goal for the Dolphins. All right, the offense is still on the field for Tampa Bay. And 4th and 2, they're going for it. Snap is off. Mayfield looking. And he's got it. He's got it. First down. And Achane gain of about 4. So Arizona versus Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay now has a 1st and goal here. And we got 2nd and goal for Miami. Devon Achane's been doing work on this drive. Devon Achane is doing work on this drive. So here we go. 1st and goal for Baker. Both Bucky Irving and Rashad White are in. Hand off to Irving. Down to the 2-yard line is Bucky Irving. Second down and goal. Bucky Irving almost got into the end zone. All right, they're showing the Browns versus San Francisco. Browns. Second and goal for Baker Mayfield. So here they go. 2nd and goal for Achane. Nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and goal. Pitch to Bucky Irving. And he's going to walk into the end zone. But there's a flag. Holding on the offense wipes that touchdown off the board. Third and goal for Tua, man in motion. No good. Looking at Achane on 3rd down, nothing there. That was a real bad throw by Tua. All right, 2nd and goal here for Baker from the 12-yard line. Second and goal, Mayfield looking, setting up White. And White up the sideline, tackled about a yard short. It's going to be 3rd and goal from about the 1 or the 2. So field goals being set up for Miami, and it is good. It is good. All right. They're showing Tyrod Taylor up 7-0, 3rd and 18. And he's sacked. All right. And Woody Marks is back on the field. And 16-yard rush for Woody Marks. He's back on the field, guys. He was injured for a little bit, but he's back in. Third and goal. Third and goal for the Bucs here. Man in motion. Looking. And Baker hitting his lineman for the touchdown. Eligible receiver must be. So there you go. Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield. Touchdown. Touchdown for Baker Mayfield. All right. Touchdown Bucks. Touchdown Bucks. All right. They are showing Shedeur Sanders and a touchdown for the Browns. Touchdown Browns. Harold Fannin. Harold Fannin for the Browns. Touchdown Browns. And we got Kyron Williams, first down. Going to be first and goal. All right. The Rams. First and goal now for the Rams. First and goal for the Rams. First and goal for the Texans as well. Pitch backward to Nick Chubb. And he's got the touchdown. Houston with the lead. Nick Chubb, touchdown. Nick Chubb with the touchdown. Nick Chubb, touchdown. Two-point attempt for Cleveland. And they said they got it. Two-point conversion good. All right. We got first and 10 for Atlanta. On a delay, Bijan Robinson, 16 yards. All right, let's hope the Saints, who are donated right now, can do something. They just want to get a point. Tyler Show with a flag. We shall see what that flag turns to be. Illegal contact on the defense. First down. So the Saints catching a break, seeing if they could score real quick. So we shall see if the Saints could do anything. They have not done anything so far. They have not done anything so far. So the Saints, first and 10, trying to get to midfield. Man in motion. Fakes the handoff. Tyler Show, check down. He's got some room. Down at the 40. So second down for the Saints. Second down for the Saints. Second down and 5. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Handoff. Gain of about 3. It's going to be third down and about 2. Third down and 2 for the Saints. Third down and 2 for the Saints. So the Rams. Here we go. Second and goal for the Rams. And Corum gets into the end zone, but there is a flag. So there is a flag. Offside on the defense, so that play is going to stand. It is a touchdown for the Rams. Blake Corum. Blake Corum gets it. Touchdown, Rams. Touchdown, Rams. Blake Corum gets it. Blake Corum gets it. Nice work. So the Rams are now up 21-17. So the Falcons marching it down. The Falcons trying to march it down. So here they go. Big third down for the Falcons, down 7-0. Muffed punt gave good position to the Jets, and that's how they scored with Brees Hall. And now the Falcons getting a first down, trying to make something happen here before the half. Jets take a timeout. Daniel Jones and hitting Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce playing really good, especially against this tough defense. Good catches. All right, we got 3rd and 9 for Jacoby Brissett. Finds his man Marvin Harrison for 21 yards. 1st and 10 from the 30, minute 12 left for the Falcons. Bijan Robinson up the middle for about 8. All right, and we got Jacoby Brissett getting the first down. No timeouts, though. Let's see if they could spike the football to get a field goal attempt. 2 seconds left. Field goal attempt coming for the Cardinals. 1st and 10, 50 seconds left for the Falcons. So here we go. 1st and 10, empty backfield. Bijan Robinson getting motion back in the backfield. 1st and 10, all 3 timeouts. Handoff to Robinson, gets about 5. So they'll take a timeout probably. Oh no, they're letting the clock run down. So 35 seconds left on the clock. 2nd and 5. They don't use the timeout. They drop back, firing. Cousins' throw is completed. Darnell Mooney, 6-yard line. So 1st and goal for the Falcons to try to tie the game up. Brock Purdy looking deep. So Kittle calls a timeout. Niners are moving the ball down the field. So field goal is good for Arizona. Fourth down for. Okay, nothing happened in Indianapolis. Kirk Cousins looking for the end zone. Flag is thrown in the end zone. Gonna be a first and goal on the 1 yard line. Pass interference inside the end zone, it looks like. 1 yard line. Here you go, Falcons. You got to punch it in. First and goal for San Francisco. They're going to kick a field goal here. So Matt Gay, here we go. Here they go. First and goal. Bijan short. Hits the upright and it goes in. The field goal is good for San Francisco. Hits the upright and goes in because of that wind. Yo, that wind just shows you how strong it is. All right. And Bijan Robinson tackled at the half-yard line short. It's going to be second and goal for Atlanta. Second and goal for Atlanta. So here we go. 15 seconds left. All right, second and goal. Here they go. Tyler Show is also driving towards the red zone. Second and goal. Here comes the Falcons. Algier. And he gets there. Touchdown. Tyler Algier's so good on the goal line, He's been doing really well this year on the goal line. Tyler Algier, Bijan Robinson owners probably furious, but touchdown Atlanta, Tyler Algier. All right. Down 15-3. Cam Ward's got 44 seconds left on the 30-yard line. Throwing for the end zone, nothing there. Trying to score before the half. All right. 9 seconds left. All right. Kick is up. Kick is good. Extra point is good. So tied 7-7. Falcons, Jets. We got first and 10. Minute 20 left. Tyler Shows floating one. Nothing there. Nothing there. Cam Ward firing. Nothing home. It's going to be third and 10 for Cam Ward. It's going to be third and 10 for Cam Ward. All right. Let's see what we can get here. Let's see what happens here. Looking for Olave. Did not hit him. Second and 10. 24-yard line. Empty backfield for Tyler Show. Second and 10. Firing. It's intercepted. Intercepted. Interception. Tyler Show. Wow. Miami picks off Tyler Show. All right. So Miami with the turnover. And let's see what happens there. Delay a game on the Titans backs them up to 3rd and 15. So here they go. Looking, firing. Looks like he hits his man. It's going to be a couple yards short. You got to imagine they're going to go for it. Dolphins got a minute left, and Achan gets about 9 on his first carry. Dolphins, a minute, 1 left. Timeout taken by the Titans. Final timeout taken by Miami. 1st and 10 for Houston from their own 30-yard line. CJ Stroud trying to make something happen. Woody Marks winding the clock. All right, let's see. 4th down for Tennessee, 4th and 2. They're going for it in field goal range. Ward, incomplete, turnover on downs. 1st down for Houston. It's going to be 3rd down for Miami. So timeout taken by Houston. No timeouts left for Miami. Here they go, 3rd down. And 1st down for Miami. 20 seconds left. It looks like they're just taking the clock down, is Miami, to kick a field goal. All right. So Miami's kicking a field goal. All right. Field goal coming. Field goal coming. All right. So field goals being lined up. Kick is up. And Saints take a timeout. So that kick is being iced. CJ Stroud on 2nd and 10. Nothing there. Strange. Brenton Strange getting the 1st down. All right. So here comes the field goal for Miami. Kick is good. Kick is good. All right. Empty backfield for CJ Stroud. And he's short. Houston is not using the timeout. And they're just having a long field goal attempt, maybe by Houston. We got Cam Little for the Jaguars trying to kick a field goal as well. Last plays of the half. So here they go. Empty backfield for Trevor Lawrence. 1 timeout left. 5 seconds on the clock, firing, finding his man, and timeout taken. They should get a good chance for the Jaguars. They'll have a decent chance at a field goal here. And they're going to try how long is this field goal? 60-yard attempt for the Jaguars. 4th and 2 for the Texans. So CJ Stroud is trying the Hail Mary. And nothing there. End of the first half there. And the Jaguars are trying a long field goal here. Let's see. 1 second left on the game clock. All right. So here they go. Dropping back. Lawrence looking. Nothing there. There's a flag. Late hit. Potential late hit. And now there's a fight. Now there's a fight between the Titans and the Jags. All right. Not sure what's going to happen here. The late hit. Oh, man. Big scuffle. All right, while they sort this out, I am going to use the bathroom. Be right back. All right. And looks like there was a fumble by Bam Knight. Fumble by Bam Knight. All right. Baker gets to take over now. So here they go. Sean Tucker with the run and a late flag. Two different flags. Let's see what it turns out to be. Let's see what it turns out to be. It might be a late hit. Oh, fouls on each team, so fouls will offset replay down. All right. They're also showing the Cleveland Browns first drive and nothing there for the Browns. So SF is up 10-8. Third quarter action for Carolina, starting up with the run with Dowdle. So Rams are up 21-17 here. So here we go. 2nd and 7 for Carolina. Another run. Gain of about 3. Bills versus Steelers. Looks like wind. Looks like there's a lot of wind. 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3 for the Panthers, who are down 21-17. Looking for a first down are the Panthers, down 21-17. Hubbard, handoff. And he might be close to the first down. Depends on the spot. That was actually really close. Very, very close. We'll see where they spot it. And Baker Mayfield, nothing there. He's going to have to punt away. So let's see where Chuba Hubbard ends up. Very, very close to a first down. We'll see how generous the spot is. They got it. So 1st and 10 for Carolina. Rico Dowdle's back in. And they run it with Dowdle again. Gain of about 2 or 3. So we looks like, there's some rain in the air in this Carolina game. So I imagine they're keeping it on the ground because of that. Spotlight, Tedero McMillan, 0 points. Nothing happening for him. So 21-17. 21-17. 2nd and 8 for Bryce Young. Shotgun formation. Hike is off to Dowdle again. Gain of about 2. It's going to be 3rd and long. 3rd and long for the Panthers. All run plays for them right now, probably due to the weather. But we're going to have a 3rd down and 5-ish for the Panthers. 3rd down and 5, yes. Chuba Hubbard is in as running back right now. So here we go. 3rd and 5. Shotgun formation. Looking, firing. It's caught. And first down for Bryce Young and the Panthers. Delivers it. Delivers it to Jalen Coker. They're showing Jets on 3rd and 5 for Tyrod Taylor. And nothing there. 42 yards of passing for Tyrod Taylor. That's it. That's it. 1st and 10 for San Francisco. See what they decide to do here. So Christian McCaffrey was the one who got them a first down. 1st and 10. Here we go for San Francisco. Heavy dose of Christian McCaffrey, I assume. And he's got gain of about 4. McCaffrey gain of about 4 there. Up 10 to 8. Up 10 to 8 are San Francisco. Injured Brown, so timeout. Carolina, they're still handing the football off and nothing is going on there. So it's going to be another 3rd down conversion needed by Bryce Young. So here we go. 3rd and 4. Shotgun formation. Chuba Hubbard is in. And it's a handoff and nothing's there. 4th down. 2nd and 11 for the Falcons. And Tyler Algier with a big run for a first down. So the Rams defense, 4th and 3 now. Going for it on 4th and 3 are the Panthers. 4th and 3. Here they go. Snap is off. And Coker gets the touchdown. Touchdown, Bryce Young to Coker. Bryce Young throws a touchdown to Coker. Nice for Bryce Young. All right. So here they go. Extra point for Carolina. It's up. And it's good. So touchdown. And now the Panthers are leading. Jacoby Brissett and team are trying to march it on the Bucks down 3-16. 3-10, sorry. 3-10. Let me get this score updated. New Orleans Saints, no points. No points for the Saints. Trying to do something 1st and 10 across midfield are the Saints. Let me update this score. Score is updated. All right. We got Kirk Cousins finding Bijan Robinson in empty space. And Bijan cutting back and forth and into Falcons or into Jets territory. Big gain for Bijan. Roughing the passer call. All right. Roughing the passer. Okay, they're doing a tush push for the Texans. So Texans get a first down. And San Francisco's 3rd and 6. Brock Purdy finding Juwan Jennings for a first down. And Tyler Algier on first down. Getting a good 7 yards. Second and 5. Second and 5 for the Falcons. Cousins. Second and 5. Looking. Robinson breaking a couple tackles, getting about 2 yards, 3 yards maybe. It's going to be third down and about 2. Cardinals looking Jacoby Brissett, finding Michael Carter for a first down. Getting towards the red zone are the Cardinals. We got Kirk Cousins, third down. Third down and 2. Handoff. Robinson's going to walk it into the touchdown. Bijan Robinson with the handoff. There you go. Bijan Robinson. Touchdown. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Houston up 10-6, 3rd and 4 for CJ Stroud. Pocket collapses, but he finds Dalton Schultz for a first down. Marching on the red zone are the Saints. And Tyler Show breaks out, delivers. Do they call it in? They do call it in. It's being reviewed. It's very close. Very close. So they're reviewing that one. Brissett looking for the end zone just over Marvin Harrison Jr., slightly over it. He had him. He had the step just slightly overthrown. So the field goal attempt, no good for the Falcons. Arizona misses. Slightly right. It looks like it was going to go in, and I don't know if the wind held it up or what. And they're showing the Rams. Matthew Stafford, no good. No good. All right. And we got Cam Ward trying to make something happen. Let's see what they say for the Saints catch. They gave it to them. So first down. Oh, and a terrible snap. The play is stopped, though. There's a flag. Wow. They almost threw that off. False start. Gets bailed out for a terrible snap. Houston Texans have worked it into the red zone as well. It's going to got tackled at the line of scrimmage. So no gains. Second down and 10 at the 15-yard line in the red zone for the Texans. First and 15 for the Saints, down 16-0. So Tyler Show looking, firing, end zone open, man, touchdown. Chris Olave. Chris Olave for the touchdown. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, Chris Olave for the touchdown. They're going for it on the 2-point attempt. Going for it here on the 2-point attempt. Houston is 3rd and 10. 2-point attempt here. Snap is off. Tyler Show rolling for himself, and he's got it. And in trouble is CJ Stroud, and he gets sacked. So CJ Stroud getting sacked. Oh, man. CJ Stroud trying to make something happen, but the defensive end forces the sack. And here we go. 43-yard field goal attempt for Houston. Kick is up. Kick is good. So 13-6. The Texans are now up 13-6 against the Texans. Breece Hall getting a first down for his team. Nice. And going deep, the Jets wide open. Touchdown. His man falls down. And Tyrod Taylor throwing a touchdown to Adonai Mitchell. Wow, broken play. Tyrod Taylor. Oh no, this is Mason Taylor's card. Sorry, guys. I don't have Tyrod Taylor's card. Touchdown. Touchdown, Jets. And his guy just falls down. Adonai Mitchell with the touchdown, yo. Wow. Jets score there. Nice. Tie game. Tie game for the Jets. Here it goes. Cardinals down 3-10. And Ibuka catching a 23-yard reception across midfield. Ibuka catching the ball, getting his team across midfield. Baker Mayfield and team. Here they go. 2nd and 8. Baker and team. 2nd and 8. Here they go. Mayfield finding Chris Godwin for a first down. And Godwin, first down. First down, Chris Godwin. Here they go. Third down for Cleveland. We'll see what they do. 4th and inches. And here goes Baker Mayfield. Finds his man over the middle. Cade Otton. Gain of about 5. Will be 2nd and 5. 4th and inches. And the Browns fumble it. The Browns fumble it and turn it over on downs. So Harold Fannin. All right, 2nd and 5 for Baker. Hands off to Bucky. Gets the edge. And he's got a touchdown. Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving. First touchdown since he came back in the lineup. So he got Bucky Irving scoring the touchdown. Let's go. All right. There you go, Bucky. There you go. Big moves for you there, Bucky. All right. Great job. And Tua rolling, firing. And Tua is off with his receiver. 3rd and 10 for the Colts. Daniel Jones firing. And he's got his man. Texans are saying he was out of bounds. Officials rule him in. So let's see. What a great catch from Downs. Taking the snap. Daniel Jones firing. 2nd down. Great dragging of the toe there for Josh Downs to get the 1st down. Cleveland Browns turned it over on downs, and San Francisco's basically in the red zone right now. So Christian McCaffrey getting a pitch. Nothing there. Gain of about 1. They're showing 3rd down for Carolina, who gets a 1st down with Chuba Hubbard. The Rams 2nd and 9 here for San Francisco after a run by Christian McCaffrey for about a yard. SF is up 10-8. Shock or under center. Purdy pitches. All right. 3rd and 9 for the Colts. Firing, finding Josh Downs, who gets the 1st down. So Josh Downs on another big 3rd down gets another 1st down. Josh Downs gets a 1st down. 3rd and 9 for San Francisco here. Up 10-8. 3rd and 9. So here they go. Browns down 10-8. 3rd and 9 here for San Francisco. Shotgun formation, dropping back. Purdy looking, firing. Finds his man. George Kittle inside the 5 with the catch. First and goal for San Francisco now. First and goal. So Kittle making a catch. Gain of about 15. Purdy hits him. So down inside the 5 are San Francisco. First and goal here. Probably looking at McCaffrey. There's a pitch. Nothing there. Gain of about 1 or 2. Second down and goal. It'll be second and goal from about the 3 for San Francisco. So here we go. Second and goal. Second and goal. Under center is Purdy backing up to a shotgun. McCaffrey on his left hip. Man in motion. Handoff. It's going to be 3rd and 2 for San Francisco. Cardinals, they're showing Brissett hit in Marvin Harrison. But Marvin Harrison and limping on that one. And Arizona finds Trey McBride for a first down for Jacoby Brissett. 3rd and goal here for San Francisco. They fake it and Brock Purdy walks it in the end zone. Touchdown 49ers. Touchdown 49ers. Everybody went after Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy ran it in. Trevor Lawrence looking for his own end zone, nothing there. All right, so Brock Purdy, first rushing touchdown this season. And 49ers have a commanding lead. All right, it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Jaguars. All right. First and 10 for the Colts and a touchdown there. Daniel Jones to Tyler Warren. Touchdown, Tyler Warren. Where is it? Where is this? I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Indianapolis. Daniel Jones. Touchdown. And then Jacoby Brissett for a touchdown as well. Jacoby Brissett for the touchdown. Cardinals, Brissett for the touchdown. All right. Let's see what else is going on. The Rams are trailing. Here they go. Third quarter. Third quarter. We got the Panthers here, guys. The Panthers marching down again. We got 24-21. The Panthers are marching towards the red zone. 2nd and 6 here. 25-yard line. Chuba Hubbard in the backfield with the handoff. And flag thrown, gain of about 4. We'll see if this was a hold on the offensive line. Yep, holding offense wipes that off. It's going to be 2nd and 15. They're showing Tyler Show on 3rd and 17. Checks down, nothing there. So here they go. 2nd and 16 for Bryce Young. 2nd and 16. So 2nd and 16 for Bryce Young. Let's see. Empty backfield, 2nd and 16. Takes the snap. And he gets sacked. And he gets completely sacked. They're down in like 20 something. All right. So 3rd and 19 for Carolina. Maybe they'll just take a field goal attempt here, but it is kind of bad weather, so we'll see what they decide. Bryce Young firing for the end zone or downfield, nothing there. Jacksonville, 1st down. Jacksonville. Bryce Young, 4th and 19. 4th and 19. They're going for it because there's terrible weather. Can't kick a field goal. Maybe they're just trying to draw them off sides. And they're taking the penalty. Punt it. So the Rams will be taking over. 1st and goal for Jacksonville, handoff. And Tootin gets into the end zone, it looks like. So Jacksonville there. Touchdown for Jacksonville. Touchdown, Jacksonville. All right. So they're showing the Houston game. Tie game 13-13. So they're showing Houston getting across midfield for Houston. Tie 13-13. Jaden Higgins getting them across midfield. Then 3rd and 6. CJ Stroud finding his man for first down with a flag. Penalty was against Indianapolis, declined. So Jaden, Higgins, and team marching towards the red zone. So 1st and 10 for Houston here. So here they go. Stroud. Handoff. Chubb gets about 5, maybe 6. 3rd and 4 for Tua. In his own end zone, basically. Don't get sacked. Finds his man. First down. All right, 2nd and 4 for Houston after a Nick Chubb run. A pitch to Woody Marks. Looks like he gets the first down. They're marking it short, it looks like. End the quarter. Oh, they gave them the first down. They gave them the first down. So go into the 4th quarter. Texans tied 13-13 with the Colts. We got 4th quarters in most games. 4th quarters in most games. Jaguars are winning though. Russian Tennessee 25-3. There's still 6 minutes in the 3rd quarter in that game. All other games are basically at the 4th quarter. So here's that witching hour. Wins become losses and losses becomes wins. All the games besides Jacksonville are at least semi-close. So depending on how these next drives go, most games could be won by either team. So let's see what happens in the 4th quarter here. Let's see what happens here. The Rams have a long field to go. All right. 3rd and 7 for the Jets. 3rd and 7 for the Jets. Here they go. 3rd and 7 for the Jets. Looking, firing. Passes dropped. Field goal attempt probably coming for the Jets. 3rd and 5 for Tua. 3rd and 5 for Tua. Midfield. There's a flag. And he's sacked. So let's see what the flag is. They're showing Matthew Stafford. You got Blake Corum running for 34 yards. Midfield now are the Rams. Kyron Williams is questionable to return with an ankle injury. Baker Mayfield incomplete. "56-yard field goal attempt for the Jets. No good. No good. No good. Um, they are short because of probably the wind, I would imagine. We got Brock Purdy and team against the Cleveland Browns across midfield. San Francisco looking, and they got a sack on Brock Purdy. Myles Garrett with the sack. All right. So there you go, Myles Garrett with the sack. Myles Garrett on a record season for his sacks. All right. They're showing Puka one-handed catch for Puka. What? What? No way. That was crazy. One-handed pulls it out of the opponent's hands and secures it. One-handed. Wow. Look at that. So first and goal for Puka. And touchdown. Touchdown, Kyron Williams. Let's go. Let's go. The Rams basically said, heck no. You guys cannot just be trying to run the clock out on us, Carolina. We're going to do this quick on you. Oh my goodness. And Cleveland muffs the punt. Cleveland muffs the punt. Fumble on Cleveland. Special teams. So instant red zone for San Francisco. And Purdy's looking. Throws it away. Second down and 10. Red zone opportunity for San Francisco after a muffed punt by Cleveland. So, first play thrown away by Brock Purdy. Second and 10 here. Pass interference against the Colts. Houston move in towards the red zone. And McCaffrey gain of about 5. Second and 2 for Houston in the red zone now. Handoff. Woody Marks. Very close to a first down. And Myles Garrett not able to pull down McCaffrey. Some gain of 4. Third and 6 for San Francisco. Third and 6. Shotgun formation. Shanahan has to call a timeout. And first down, tush push for the Texans. So they get the first down. 52-yard field goal attempt for the Falcons. And field goal is good there. Field goal is good. Puts the Falcons up against the Jets. Falcons are up against the Jets. All right, first and goal for Houston. Tie game 13-13. Shotgun formation. 7-yard line. Stroud takes it. Fakes the handoff. And he gets the touchdown. Nico Collins. Nico Collins for the touchdown. So Nico Collins for the touchdown. All right. Okay. So Nico Collins scoring the touchdown. All right. So there they go. Now they're showing the Saints 3rd and 2. And Tyler Shutt getting sacked again. So Miami went in there. They're showing the Nakua catch again. Great catch. All right, so Puka gets the first down on that last drive, who then lines it up for Kyron Williams to get a touchdown. They're showing that drive over again. So the Rams are now. Oh, wait, I forgot to update that score. The Rams are now winning, right? All right. And the Jets are back in the red zone after a like 70-yard punt return. 83 yards on the punt return. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Score is updated. They're showing Brees Hall on 2nd and 9. Gets about 5. All right. 3rd down and 4 for the Jets, who are in the red zone after a great punt return by the Jets. Tyrod Taylor and team have a chance to score here. Let's see what they can do. All right, 1st and goal from the 5 are the 49ers as well. McCaffrey loss of about 3. 4th and 4 for the Jets, who will probably take a field goal to tie. Uh, and then the ball was just dropped by the Jets. All right, 2nd and goal for San Francisco from the 8. Looking. Brock Purdy's looking. Nothing home. Fires. Nothing there. Play thrown away. 3rd and goal. All right, 4th and 4, and the Jets are going for it, weirdly enough. No, just trying to draw the other team off sides. Play clock runs down. So now they'll take a field goal. All right. All right. And and Carolina has to go for it on 4th and 2. And he goes for the whole thing. And he's got 10. Touchdown. Teteroa McMillan. Broken play. Touchdown. All right. Tet with the big fat donut until now. Oh, wow. That makes me happy. Let's go. Let's go. Wow. Twice Carolina scored on 4th down. Oh my goodness. So Teteroa McMillan. Friggin' one catch, yo. All right. All right. All right. Gotta update the scores because holy smokes. That was crazy. All right. Field goal is up and good for. All right. Um, so 10.6 for Tet. Wow. Wow. This is a great ending, I have to say. This is a crazy game. Everybody would have just assumed the Rams would run away with it, but not yet. 2nd and 10 for Tua. 2nd and 10 for Tua. Goal line opportunity. Fakes the handoff. Is looking. Gets rid of it. Two-point conversion. All right. All right. And wow, 57-yard field goal is good. Up by 10. All right. Looking. And he is sacked. He is sacked. 3rd down for the Colts, down 7. And Jonathan Taylor. 1st down. So the Panthers are up 28-31. Oh my goodness. How many lead changes could be in this Panthers game, yo? This Rams Panthers game. This is crazy. And field goal is good for Miami. All right. So here comes the Rams. 6.5 minutes left. All right. Wow. Who would have thought? This is crazy. This is so crazy. All right. 2nd and 4 for the Rams. 6 minutes left in this game. Down 28-31. 2nd and 4 here. All right. Man in motion. Fakes the handoff. Open tight end. And First down for the Rams. Gain of about 10. So first and 10. So here they go. Here come the Rams. Trying to score. Here come the Rams. 5 minutes, 15 seconds left. First and 10. Here they go. Snap is off. Looking. Takes the check down, but no good. It's going to be second and 10. All right. Daniel Jones and team down 20-13. Down 20-13. So here they go. First and 10, handoff Taylor. And he gets through the middle, gain of about 8. All right. Second and 10 for Matthew Stafford and team at about midfield. Firing. Open man. Walks in a first down. Gain of about 15. All right, here we go. Second down and 2 for Jonathan Taylor and Daniel Jones. 20-yard line, just inside the red zone. Hands off and is tackled for a loss of about 6. It's going to be third down and about 7. They're showing Atlanta Falcons and Bijan Robinson getting a first down. In that game, it's tied 17-17 in that game. Matthew Stafford going deep. Nothing there. It's going to be second and 10. Third and 7 for Daniel Jones and team inside, close to the red zone, the 24-yard line. Third and 7 after a big loss of 6. And here comes the drop back, looking, firing, nothing there. Nothing there. Gonna have to kick the field goal or take it. Quinshawn Judkins has 91 yards. Shador Sanders slides down for a loss. And Shador Sanders comes out injured. And Dylan Gabriel is back in now. Shador Sanders injures himself. Uh-oh. 4th and 7. Colts kick a field goal, and it is good. It is good. All right. 3rd and 6 for the Rams. Down by 3. Shador Sanders, they say, is back in. 3rd and 6 for the Rams. Here they go. Firing. Nakua gets it in broken tackle. And inside the 10 for a first down. The Bros, how are you? Happy Thanksgiving. Wan'Dale Robinson, Ashton Genty, or Justin Jefferson? I mean, that's a great question. Because, what you're probably looking at is like, how can you bench Ashton Genty, right? You got the Giants and Wan'Dale Robinson playing amazing, it was with Jacoby Brissett, but he still had good usage even with Dart and Justin Jefferson, playing the Seahawks. I think I'm out on Jefferson out of those 3. It's hard to say that, right? But do you envision Justin Jefferson popping off against the Seahawks? We look at this matchup that he has, right? So I just pulled up the passing defenses here, and you look at you look at who the Seahawks are, and they offer about 200 yards a game and a touchdown. I don't really trust the Vikings offense right now, especially against a pretty solid defense, right? But you look at you look at the Giants, right? And the Giants are playing the Patriots. And in terms of the matchup as the Patriots, right? Not the greatest, but not the worst um matchup here as the Patriots, where you look on the right side of the screen, they offer 20 touchdowns and 2,700 yards, so touchdown and a half. So I think your safest option between those two is Wandale now, right? And we look at who Ashton Genty is and who the Chargers are, okay, and the Chargers in terms of rushing defense, they've kind of been hot and cold. So I think they're a decent matchup on the ground. Here, let me pull this up for you. Right? You look at this one and you see on the right-hand side for the Chargers, they're one of the better matchups. 1,200 yards, so about 100 yards a game, 14 touchdowns, a little over a touchdown a game. Plus, Genty gets work in the passing game, right? So I think, the safest floor is probably Ashton Genty to try to get the usage um, of a good, decent matchup, right? Decent matchup and usage in the passing game. Wan'Dale Robinson's a pretty safe option as well. So if you have a feeling on one of those two between Ashton Genty and Wan'Dale, go with it. I'm not super sold on one over the other. But what I will say is that when there's a flex option and I have a running back like Ashton Genty or a wide receiver, I I typically take the running back for the safe touches, and since he gets receptions, he has that PPR value. I think Wandale's decently safe, but again, if I have an option of a good running back versus a good wide receiver, I'll take the running back for the guaranteed touches. I hope that helps you. Let me know if you disagree. Again, if you have a feeling on somebody else, just go with them. Right. It is all pretty close, but I would use the running back with the pretty decently good matchup, usage in the passing game as the more safe floor. I hope that helps you. Drop a like if you can, the bros, but much love to you and your team. Hopefully you had a great Thanksgiving. Drop a like if you can, and let me know if you disagree with anything. All right. So you're gonna start Genty. All right, great to hear. Great to hear. You are welcome. Much love to you. Much appreciated. All right. What we got going on is Texans are beating the Colts. You had a big game gain for Nico Collins, and now you're looking at CJ Stroud and team marching towards the red zone, up 20-16. Um, and you got the Texans up 20-16 right now. Right? They are up 20-16, first and 10 for the Texans, marching closer to the red zone. Um, and so let's see. On the 27-yard line, you got CJ Stroud and team. 27-yard line. And off Woody Marks. And he gets almost the whole first down. Depends on where the spot is. The real McCoy, how are you? Wandale or Troy Franklin? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Happy Thanksgiving. You got a ton of snow came in between shoveling. Well, hopefully you shovel that snow, my man. I have a little bit of snow here, but nothing that bad. So we got Wandale Robinson or Troy Franklin. So uh Wandale or Troy Franklin. We got Troy Franklin playing the Commanders. It's a good matchup. It is away. Um, I would say you got some competition there, right? So it's a little riskier of a play. I think the work that Wandale has been getting uh and against the Patriots is not a bad matchup, but I do think that, how we look at it is Troy Franklin might have a little harder of a time for guaranteed targets. So I would play Wandale. in most situations here. If you have a feeling for Franklin, just go for it. It's not like I'm super sold on one over the other. I just think Wandale has a little more. They both have decent matchups, right? Uh, Troy Franklin's matchup's a little bit better, but I would say his target share is sometimes a little more risky, right? Um, and so what I would say is most situations I'm going with Wandale, but again, if you have a feeling, just go for it with Franklin. It's very close. Very, very close. Um, let's see. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Much appreciated. Michael Wilson's been treating you good until today. Yeah, they're struggling a little more than I would have thought of. Um, struggling a little bit more than I would have thought of. But I think I would have played Wilson too in your position. Um, no idea who Franklin is. So Troy Franklin, he's the second wide receiver on Denver. And how you kind of look at this over the course of the year, Sutton has been he's their X receiver, meaning he gets the highest value targets, but honestly, he hasn't been getting as many targets. And Troy Franklin is kind of that second option. So in the defense, he doesn't get as much coverage, right? So that's how he's been able to break free for a lot of good games is he gets a lot of the underneath like check down throws, and then he still gets his opportunities at touchdowns. But again, he's the second in the pecking order in that offense. So kind of hit or miss there. Um, Franklin on targets reception exactly. So he's getting a lot of uh a lot of targets for being the second option. And again, Wandale, like you said, oh there you go. Wandale has even more targets, right? And even more receptions. That's why I think he's a little bit safer in terms of the targets, right? In terms of the receptions. Um, but Franklin has, had good games. So it's for me, I'm playing Wandale again in most situations. But if you have a feeling for Franklin, go ahead. But I'm going to be playing Wandale in most situations there. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if you disagree or agree, McCoy, or if I can help in any other way. And it looks like the Panthers are going to win this game. And it looks like the Panthers are going to win this game, getting a first down. Crazy game for the Panthers to be winning there. Crazy, crazy game. Um, so looks like that game is gonna be over. Um, it looks like you're not very first. It's against Washington. You're not very versed in Denver schemes and Bo Nix. So Bo Nix, the reason I'm also down on Franklin is Bo Nix, all of his good games came at home. And I agree that it's a great matchup, but it's in Washington. So even though there's a plus matchup, my like notch down is that he's more of a home field player. So to me that kind of evens out. I don't think Washington's going to be scoring a bunch of points against Denver. So I feel like Troy Franklin is either you hit them, he hits early, or you don't get it, right? Versus Patriots against Giants, you could envision the Patriots scoring, right, the whole game. So the Giants having to score, right, or having to continue throwing. So uh I would just say that there's more game script options for the Giants. So yeah, that's how I view things. It would you're losing by 20 right now, but you got Justin Jefferson, Robinson, Franklin, and Henderson left to play. Henderson has a chance too going off. You are absolutely right. Henderson has a way to go off. Um, and then you have Warren. I assume that's Jalen Warren you have. Good matchup, decent matchup there against Buffalo. So yeah, I would take the floor. I mean, Robinson still has upside, right? But I would take that floor with your other two running backs. Oh, Henderson versus Warren. If you're down 20, I would take the upside of Henderson, right? Because if you're down 20, you need the scores. I view Warren as more of like a floor play. Um, you know, if you're shooting for upside, I think Henderson has shown that he has upside, so you're just hoping for that, right? Warren, I feel like is a solid floor, but I don't think his ceiling is super high. Uh, I think what you'd be hoping from with Warren is like 70 yards and a touchdown and maybe one or two catches. But Henderson, you have the breakaway touchdown potentials. So I'm personally playing Warren because I have him and I have to. But if I had that option and I needed to shoot for upside, I would go for Henderson there. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if or if not. Let me know if that helps or not. All right. The Texans are up 20-16, and it looks like the Colts are going to try to march this down. They both got good matchups, and you started Brees. So Brees, you're hoping for another TD. Yeah, I mean, I think Brees, it would have been hard to sit him, right? And I think he's doing fine. Um, all right, you got Daniel Jones marching it against the Texans right now. You got Tyrod Taylor and Brees Hall looking to try to score to tie the game against the Falcons. Um, Daniel Jones able to get Alec Pierce for that first down across midfield. Um, the Carolina Panthers are in victory formation, taking knees to win. Jonathan Taylor with some room, and he gets a first down. All right. Jefferson, Robinson, Henderson should be more than enough to get you 25 points. Praying for you, Real McCoy. Much love to you, your family, and your team. Hopefully, you had a great Thanksgiving. Hopefully, the snow isn't so bad that you have to shovel all day. But hopefully, you win. Much celebrations to you, your team. Much love to you, Real McCoy. Guys, drop a like if you can. Let me know if anything else. Oh, you got Romeo Dobbs? All right. Well, at least that kind of goes. You got a nice Cub Cadet snowblower. Okay. Okay. You got a foot of snow? Holy smokes, that's a lot. That is a lot. Your waiver came in late, but you got him. So if you win this week, then you'll be able to potentially use him. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. All right, Real McCoy, much love. Much love. But yeah, it I know Moore's been very fun to hold, right? Flip a coin if he's been doing well, but not falling for that again, DJ Moore. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I know. He's got what, like 2 20-point games, threw a touchdown in one game, but besides that, he has not helped you at all. And just look at how much running Chicago's doing. I think they're fine running 60 to 70% of their plays if they could win like that, right? And they've been doing well. So less pass attempts for that Chicago offense. I'm off of Romo Dunze now, just like you're off of DJ Moore. I just don't think there's enough passing volume there. Um, so yeah, Michael Wilson, you need him to do something. Hopefully, he can get you a good touch. Manungai went off. Yes, he did. Both Manungai and Swift had great games. They both had great games. All right, so 2-minute drill for Jacoby Brissett down 17-20. So a field goal can tie it here. And let's see if they can do anything here. You got the Saints are down 8. So they are a 1 possession game against the Dolphins. So we'll see what they end up can do here. They need the touchdown and the 2-point conversion to tie. Um, you got the Falcons here, or not the Cardinals here, trying to march it and get a first down. You got the Saints down 11-19, 10-yard penalty. All right, 3rd and 2 for Jacoby Brissett. Fires, nothing there. It's gonna be 4th down. So Jacoby Brissett will need to convert this 4th down to keep this game alive. All right. So let's see what they end up doing here. 4th and 2 for Jacoby Brissett. Here they go. 4th and 2. Takes the snap, looking, firing. Incomplete for Wilson. Turnover on downs. Game is over. And we got 2nd and 9 for 2-minute drill for the Colts here. Needing to score. They are down by 4 to the Texans, taking the snap and looking for it. Incomplete to Alec Pierce. It's 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. All right. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9 for the Colts here. 3rd and 9 for the Colts. Let's see what they do here. 3rd and 9. Shotgun formation. Tyrod Taylor. And he gets a touchdown. Tyrod Taylor. Touchdown. Keeps it himself. They're saying Josh Downs drops the completion. So nothing there for Houston, or for the Colts. They're going for it now on 4th and 9 here. So again, touchdown was good by Tyrod Taylor. If they kick the extra point, it will tie the game. Game is tied 24-24 for the Jets. Timeout taken by Houston, up 20-16 against the Colts. Colts are going for it on 4th and 9. All right. So here they go. Here they go. All right. Here they go. 4th and 9. 4th and 9. 4th and 9 here for the Colts. This is the game. Well, they still have 3 timeouts, so they still can try. They can still try to incomplete. Turnover on downs. 1st and 10 for Houston to salt away the game. Colts still have 3 timeouts, though. Colts still have 3 timeouts. All right. 2-minute drill for Tyler Show, 3rd and 6. And he's got his man for a first down. So Tyler Show and team down 11-19. Tyler Show or Shuck. 2nd and 2. He needs a conversion. And he's got his man in the end zone. And it's a touchdown. Touchdown Saints. Devon Vele. Tyler Show. Tyler Shuck. Both feet down. Touchdown. Let's go. Let's go. 2-point conversion is needed, though, to tie this. 2-point conversion is needed to tie this, though. So here they go, going for 2. Going for 2 are the Saints. Down 17-19. And a false start. False start. All right, so it's going to be tried from the 7 now. 5-yard penalty. All right. 24-24, Falcons tied with the Jets. And on the other game, it is now 7 yards for the 2-point conversion for the Saints after the false start. So here they go. Tyler Show firing, and it's intercepted. And a return for 2 points for Miami's defense. So interception. Interception. And the Dolphins ice it basically right there. There's probably going to be an onside field attempt, but that'll be close. All right. So it is all here. So we got the Falcons. Falcons here, 4th and 4. All right. Here they go. Texans are trying to ice the game. With the first down, the Texans can ice it. And Marks gets a first down. And that should ice the game almost. All right. So here it goes. All right. Tyrod Taylor's got a full field to go. So 1st and 10 for Houston. A minute 34 left. The Colts have 1 timeout left. So game is basically done. Here they go. So handoff. Woody Marks up the middle. And here comes the onside kick for the Saints. So here it goes. Oh, wow, they got it. The Saints got it. No way. No way. The Dolphins just fell asleep and the Saints pick it up. Oh, wow. I don't know what they were doing. So they're reviewing it. They are reviewing it. 2nd and 19 for Tyrod Taylor. Nothing there. Patrick, how are you? Start Allen or May. You need a win this week. Yeah, wind is crazy in Buffalo. That is very true. That is very true. I pretty much agree with you there. I think, the Patriots at home looking pretty good. I think May has the safer floor. The Bills playing the Steelers. You want that upside of Josh Allen. And unless I was down and needed to score a bunch, I think I agree with you of with that wind potentially, throwing things off. Drake May, it's not like you're downgrading all that much, right? You look at, um, wait, do I have it up right now? No, I don't have it up. You look at you look at what these quarterbacks are doing on the course of the year, and while Josh Allen is averaging more, it's not like Drake May's averaging that poorly, right? You look in the bottom right corner, and Drake May's basically, on pace with Josh Allen, a little bit behind him. So I think, as long as you don't need to reach for a giant ceiling, I would do Drake May. I hope that helps. Let me know if or if not, Patrick. Let me know if you disagree. Drop a like if you can. But much love to you and your team. Hopefully, you had a great Thanksgiving. Let me know if I could help in any other way, Patrick. Let me know if I could help in any other way. And while everybody thought the Rams would win, um, that is not what happened. That is not what happened. The Panthers won. That's what you're thinking, Patrick? Well, yeah. Much love to you. Best of luck. Drop a like, guys, if you can. But best of luck, Patrick. Ray, how are you? So Jefferson or Sutton in a standard league? That's a great question. That's a great question. I think I'm pulling up. Hold on, I'm pulling something up. McCarthy's out. Seahawks are a great defense. If I'm playing Jefferson, I'm just praying and hoping that the backup quarterback can do better than JJ McCarthy, right? Sutton's got a great matchup. However, it's at the Commanders. Bo Nix plays better at home than away. Since it's standard, you're basically hoping for a touchdown. So I'm just gonna go purely on matchup here. Okay. So I think I am praying for Sutton to catch the touchdown, right? You look at these options, and the Seahawks, while you can still move the ball on them a little bit, they don't really offer that much touchdown upside here, right? Um you look at where their passing defense ranks, and 2,500 yards, 16 touchdowns, a little more than a touchdown a game, 200 yards a game. But you look at the Commanders, 22 touchdowns, 2,900 yards, so more yards and more, not only more yards, right, but more touchdowns. So I'm just going to play the matchup there and go with Sutton and pray that Bo Nix pulls it together. I just would not trust, a backup quarterback against a great defense for for Jefferson. Hopefully that helps you, Ray Gamer. Let me know if or if not, but much love to you, your team. Hopefully you had a great Thanksgiving. Drop a like if you can. Much, much appreciated. All right, guys, let me know if you got anything else. I know these next round of games are starting very, very soon. And right now, we got some crazy ending of a couple games here. You got Tyler Show team trying to score against the Dolphins and tie game Falcons Jets. So we'll see what happens there. You're welcome, Ray. Glad to hear you're a new subscriber. Thank you for subscribing. Drop a like if you can, but much love to you and your team. Hopefully you end up winning this week. Hopefully you end up winning. So 35 seconds left for Tyrod Taylor to try to do something. 39 seconds left for Tyler Show and team. So 3rd-and-1 here, dropping back, looking, firing, nothing there. It's going to be 4th-and-1 for Tyler Show and team. 4th-and-1 here, down 17-21. One timeout on each team. Let's see what Tyler Shuck and the Saints decide to do here. 35 seconds left. So here we go. 35 seconds left. All right. So here we go. Here we go. 4th-and-1 for Tyler Show. And they try to tush push for the first down. It didn't look like they got it. So we shall see what they end up with. And turnover on downs, they call it. So Saints are done there. You got Tyrod Taylor running for it on first down and getting it. Looking to try to get. There's nothing you could really see on the Saints replay to overturn it. So false start on the Jets backs them up. All right. So the Dolphins are going to take knees to win this game. Tyrod Taylor and team needs some yardage to get into field goal range. 26 seconds left. Finds his man. It's caught. All right, so they can call a timeout there. You got the Vikings and the Seahawks game getting started. All right. So the Jets are in field goal range, but it's long range right now. So we'll see what kind of plays the Jets can take. They have a timeout, so they could do it. And the Vikings are playing the Seahawks, and backup quarterback Brosmer for the Vikings. It is 2nd-and-5 here for the Jets. 20 seconds left. They have one timeout on the 38-yard line. They're gonna want to get a couple more yards for the field goal opportunity. And the Falcons are saying no good. 3rd-and-5. Jets wanted a flag there. Did not get it. And he was there a little early. That is a pass interference. It was not called. It was not called. So 3rd-and-5 here. 3rd-and-5. Here they go. 3rd-and-5. Firing. Pass is caught. Timeout will need to be taken. All right. Let's see what happens next. The Jets call the final timeout. All right, 1st and 10. The Jets will be able to have a first down. The Jaguars are about to win, taking knees against the Titans, so they win. All right, we got 1st and 10 for the Jets, tied 24-24 here with the Falcons. Potential overtime here. All right, let's see if the Jets can win this here. And it looks like they have a false start. Let's see what happens. It is a false start. That hurts the Jets' field goal chances. With the wind and weather involved, it's backing them up to a pretty far attempt. First and 15. 12 seconds left. 1st and 15. They're backed up to the 38. 12 seconds left. Taylor throws it away. 8 seconds. They're showing a sack on the Vikings. So the Seahawks will be taking over on downs. The Seahawks will be taking over after a punt. So 8 seconds left for Tyrod Taylor. He's taking another snap and throws this away too. 5 seconds left. And here comes Nick Folk for a game-winning field goal attempt here. And here we go. 56-yard attempt in this weather. Let's see what they end up being able to do. All right, here it goes. 56-yard attempt. Kick is down. And the kick is good. And the Jets win it there on a last-minute field goal. All right. Let's go. Bathroom break. Be right back. Drop any questions or comments in chat. All right, I'm back. All right, what's up, guys? Abba, how are you? Oh, QJ, Booty, or McLaurin? Oh, geez, man. Hmm. I think McLaurin has a tough matchup. I'm gonna wait on a week for him. He's playing the Broncos. Not a good matchup. Um, let's see. Passing defenses are up, right? You look at who the Broncos are, and it's just hard to play anybody against them. You see that they're one of the worst matchups on the left side. The Broncos are one of the worst matchups passing. They allow 9 touchdowns, 2,300 yards, so 200 yards a game, but only 9 touchdowns, so less than a touchdown a game. Um, so I'm okay waiting on McLaurin a week. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's how I feel. And then in terms of Booty versus QJ. So both these guys are kind of touchdown or bust, right? Both these guys are kind of touchdown or bust that you can expect. Um, and so when you look at these matchups, passing wise, the Raiders, 17 touchdowns, 2,500 yards, so about 200 yards a game, and maybe a touchdown in a quarter, right? So decent matchup, but they don't really offer that much touchdowns. The Giants, when you look at them, 21 touchdowns, 3,000 yards. So I think, with all these guys being, uh, coin flip, right? Touchdown or bust almost. It's just whatever feeling you have. Do you feel that QJ and the Chargers have a better chance of scoring that touchdown against the Raiders? 17 touchdowns, 2,500 yards, or do you view Booty with May being able to hit, 2,900 yards, 21 touchdowns? The Giants are a little bit better of a matchup, I would say, right? Both of them are at home, so I think I'm gonna I'm gonna say, since I feel like the Giants have a better chance of scoring than the Raiders and their matchup's a bit better, I'm gonna take the coin flip on Booty. But let me know if you disagree. Oh, you're starting Lad as well? Well, in that case, if you want to spread your risk as well, that means Booty, another reason to go Booty. McLaurin sounds real nice, but that matchup is so tough for me. So I would go Booty, but again, all of these guys are kind of touchdown or bust to me. So if you have a feeling for QJ, go for it. I would go for Booty. Hopefully that helps you. Drop a like if you can, guys. Drop a like if you can. But much love to you, your families for Thanksgiving. Hopefully you guys had a great Thanksgiving, and hopefully you guys win this week. So much celebrations to all of you. Much love to you. Let me know if that helped or if I could help in any other way. And then we got Alex. No, George says Harvey or Henderson in standard. Non PPR. Harvey or Henderson. Um, you know, let's pull up these rushing defenses. Both of these guys are prime for decent weeks. I look at this as Giants is the best matchup you could possibly have. 17 touchdowns, 1,800 yards rushing. That's like 150 yards rushing, and a touchdown and a half a game on the ground. Right? You look at Harvey, uh, you know, playing the Commanders, also a decent matchup. 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns. It's just the Giants matchup is so appealing to me. You know, it's just so appealing to me. I have a really hard time not going with that matchup. But if you have a feeling, always trust your gut, George. Always trust your gut. But my gut is telling me play that Henderson matchup. That those Giants are so terrible against the run. I would just lean on that. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if or if not. But much love to you, George. Guys, drop a like if you can. Happy Thanksgiving. Much celebrations. Hopefully that helps you, George, and best of luck. You're welcome, George. You're welcome. Alex G, how are you? Happy Thanksgiving. You need a win to stay in the playoff. So you're overthinking everything. Me too, bro. Me too. Should you roll with Boswell in the windy conditions or grab Lutz off the waivers? Okay, so wind, now that you're bringing up kicker, wind actually does affect kickers' decisions a lot, right? So what I mean by that is, those 4th and 2 decisions, right? When you're in the field goal range, people are going for it more, right? Especially in like that 40 to 50 yard range for the field goals, right? Most offensive coordinators and teams would rather risk the 4th and 2 for the touchdown upside than take the chance in wind, because kicks really can be affected by wind, just like long passes, right? So I like your logic, right? So I don't know who's available, if Lutz is the only one available, but uh if what's it called? If you have options to pivot off of, I think that's fine, right? I think that's fine. That wind in Pittsburgh is, what is it projected to be? I just saw it for just a second, right? But it didn't. It did look like it was pretty windy. Um, so gust of 15 plus. Yeah, so if you're worried about that, that's what I would do, is move off of it to somebody who's playing indoors, right? Or a better option. So hopefully that helps you, Alex. I don't think you're overthinking that. Much love to you and your team. If you want to move off of Boswell, I don't hate that. I think that's a decent idea based on the wind. So just go with your gut, but I think that's a fine move to move off. Much love to you and your team, Alex. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. Drop a like, guys, if you can, but much celebrations to you and your team. Hopefully, everybody has a great week 13. All right. Drop any more questions or comments while you guys do that, and these games get started. I'm going to choose another spotlight game. I think Bills and Steelers will be interesting, right? Both teams playing for playoffs and things like that. So I think that will be the spotlight game. Um, spotlight game of this. You're welcome, Alex. Appreciate all of you guys. Drop a like if you can, but much love to you and your teams. Hopefully you all win, and happy Thanksgiving. So I'm going to put the Bills and Pittsburgh game in the spotlight game of this session, just because that game has a lot of implications, right? Kind of like the Rams just had lost right now to the Panthers. Nothing is necessarily out of the question of the Steelers winning or losing this game, right? Both teams are fighting for playoffs, so I think this is going to be a great game. You got wind in the game, which is a concern, right? But both teams fighting for playoffs, so I think that's going to be a big game here. A big game there. Um, and so let's see what happens here. We had Seattle and Minnesota just exchange drives, nothing really sticking, nothing really stuck there. Um, so we'll see what the Vikings can do on their second drive here. All right, that's updated Bills Steelers. Let's see who's the spotlight player gonna be. Um, spotlight player. Well, everything for my matchup revolves around Kenneth Walker and Jalen Warren. Kenneth Walker versus Jalen Warren. So, we need a good game from Jalen Warren. So, I guess he's in the spotlight then. I need a good game from Jalen Warren. All right. Let's see. And I need Kenneth Walker to calm down and not do anything. Oh man, fantasy football, so fun. So funny, so funny. It's always on the edge of your seat, right? Any given Sunday, any given Any given week. All right. So right now, guys, we got the Seahawks and Vikings game going. Um, we have 0-0, 2nd and 9 for the Vikings here. And remember, their backup quarterback is in Brosmer because JJ McCarthy's out with injury. We don't know what's going on with him, but we shall see, right? All right. Vikings firing off the hands of the receiver of Addison, and nothing there. The other games are kicking off right now. We got Chargers kicking off to the Raiders. And we got the Pittsburgh Steelers kicking off to the Bills. So those games are kicking off. We got the Vikings here on a drive. They had a chance for Addison up the middle, but off his hands. All right, so we got Josh Allen and team taking the field here, 1st and 10. 1st and 10 for Josh Allen and team. So here we go. 1st and 10 for Josh Allen. And under center, here he goes. Handoff, Cook. And he's got an edge. He's got a first down. First carry is like 18 yards, 20 yards or so. And there you go. James Cook getting a good carry. I know somebody in our community needs a really big game from James Cook. So we shall see what they end up doing here. So here they go. 1st and 10 for the Bills. And you got a shotgun formation for Josh Allen. And quick pass, nothing there. Tried to do a quick screen setup for Shakir, nothing there. We got the Raiders on a 2nd and 5, basically at midfield. Here, fake to Geno Smith, batted down at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and 5 for the Raiders. You got the Bills 2nd and 10. Handoff, James Cook, swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. Gain of about 2. It'll be 3rd down and 8-ish. 3rd and 5 here for the Raiders. Here comes the snap, dropping back. Geno Smith looking, and he is sacked. Geno is sacked. It's going to be 4th down. All right, 3rd and 7 for Josh Allen against the Steelers here. 3rd and 7. And you got the snap going. Josh Allen looking, firing, and finding his man, Brandon Cooks, for a first down. All right, you got 4th and 13 for the Raiders punting. 4th and 13 for the Raiders going punting to the Chargers. And it hits a Charger, and the ball's loose. And it could be the Raiders with the ball. We shall see. The James Cook on a first down, gain of maybe 1. Looks like the Chargers recovered it after the muff punt. All right. So we'll see. 2nd and 9 for Josh Allen. Cross midfield. They got movement. False start. Backing the Bills up 5 yards. All right. And you got Seattle taking over. Looks like the Vikings had to punt. And Kenneth Walker carries it for 1 or 2 yards. All right, 2nd and 14 for the Bills. 2nd and 14 for the Bills. And Josh Allen looking, firing, finding James Cook. And it'll be about 3rd down and about 10. Herbert looking, and he's got to step up for it. And he takes a slide. It's going to be 3rd down and about 2 or 3 for Chicago, or not Chicago, for the Chargers. So we got Herbert with a 3rd down. We got Josh Allen with the 3rd down. And then the Seahawks are on the field. So 3rd down and 10 for Josh Allen. Shotgun formation, directing his team. He's got Ray Davis, I think, in the backfield. Josh Allen looking, firing. And it's intercepted? No way. No way. Interception. Interception on Josh Allen there. And that's a takeaway for Pittsburgh. All right. Oh my goodness. Josh Allen picked off. Josh Allen with a pick. All right. So there you go. Pittsburgh's taking over. You got a 1st down for the Chargers. And handoff for Vidal. Gain of about 3. And you had 3rd and 9 for the Seahawks. And Darnold, nowhere to go. 4th down. Vikings will take over. So Seahawks punt it. All right. You got 2nd and 7 for the Chargers. And you got the Chargers moving in. 5 seconds on the clock. Snap is taken. Blown dead. Neutral zone infraction on the Raiders. On Crosby. Jumping the gun too early. So there you go. You got 2nd and 2 for the Chargers. 2nd and 2 for the Chargers. All right. There you go. 1st and 10 for the Chargers. 1st and 10 for the Chargers. Here we go. Across midfield, 44-yard line. Shotgun. Snap taken. Handoff. Gain of about 6 or 7 maybe. It's going to be 2nd down. All right. They flashed off of the game to show the Dolphins winning 21-17 against the Saints. 2nd and 4 for the Chargers. 2nd and 4 for the Chargers. Another handoff. And it'll be 3rd and maybe 2. All right, 1st and 10 for Aaron Rodgers. They're showing after the interception, man in motion, fake the handoff, and DK Metcalf for a gain of about 8. All right, we got 3rd and 1 for the Chargers. Handoff, and he gets the first down. Vidal gets the first down for the Chargers. So new set of downs for the Chargers against the Raiders. You got 2nd and 2 for Pittsburgh, marching towards midfield. Handoff. Warren on 2nd and 2 gets close to the first down. We'll see what they mark it. All right, here we go. The Chargers, 32-yard line, 1st and 10. Hits Vidal, gain. Oh, breaks a tackle and gets a first down. So on 1st and 10, hit Vidal, and he gets a first down. 3rd and 1 for Pittsburgh here. Half-yard line. Warren gets the first down. Pyle's pushing. And he gets the first down. 1st and 10 for the Chargers. Here they go. Almost in the red zone. 21-yard line, 1st and 10. Delay handoff, and they get maybe 1 or 2. It'll be 2nd down. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. 47-yard line. And a toss. And swallowed up in the backfield. 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9 for Josh Allen. Or not Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. 2nd and 9. Here we go. Empty backfield, firing. Hits his man. It'll be about 3rd and 5. So 2nd and 12 here for Aaron Rodgers. And they set up a screen. And Jalen Warren, gain of about 3. 3rd and 5 for the Chargers. Here they go. 3rd down and 5 for the Chargers. And it's caught for a first down by Keenan Allen. All right. 3rd and 10 for Aaron Rodgers. And firing. Incomplete. Looking for a flag. There's no flag. Buffalo's defense holds on. All right, so Justin Herbert. .8. Only 8. All right. So the closest to scoring right now is the Chargers. Chargers here, 2nd and 9 on the 11-yard line. Herbert looking, firing, finding his man. And QJ into the end zone. Touchdown. Should have been tackled short. But terrible tackling by the Raiders. And there goes the Chargers. You got Justin Herbert hitting Q for a touchdown. Herbert hitting Q for a touchdown. All right. So here we go. Sam Darnold and team trying to drive the football here. All right. So 1st and 10 for the Seahawks when you come back. First quarter's ended. Second quarter starting for the Seahawks. You got the touchdown for QJ. And the Buffalo Bills are taking over now after a punt by Pittsburgh. All right. So Seattle and Minnesota are at the what's it called? Seattle and Minnesota are at the end of the quarter. At the end of the quarter. We got let's see. Nothing happening right now. They're just showing Christian McCaffrey and team doing well. Crushing the Browns. So San Francisco winning again. And here come the Bills on 1st and 10. James Cook getting a nice run. Gain of like 8 or 9. So Josh Allen and team taking over here. All right. And they're showing Buffalo is been struggling recently. So 2nd and 2 for Josh Allen and Buffalo. 2nd and 2 here. You got shotgun formation and handoff to Cook, and he's got a 1st down. All right, so 1st down for Buffalo. James Cook got the 1st down, taking a break. James Cook, 40 yards on 6 rushes. Here they go, 1st and 10 for Buffalo. Josh Allen under center. Handoff. And Davis rips off a run. 1st down. Here they go, 1st down for Seattle. And Cooper Kupp, gain of like 7, will be 2nd and like 3. 2nd and 4 against the Vikings. All right, 1st and 10 for Buffalo. Close to midfield now. Handoff again. And there's another hole, another 1st down by Buffalo. All right, 2nd and 4 for Sam Darnold and the Seahawks across midfield. And here comes the snap. Snap is off. Look in, and Sam Darnold gets sacked. So there was a potential fumble, but Cooper Kupp ended on the ball. So Seattle should maintain possession. And you got 1st and 10 on a loss for Buffalo. You have Raiders firing and finding their man. Looks like Brock Bowers for 27 yards. Midfield position now for the Raiders after that big play. And now we got 2nd and 12 for Buffalo. And it looks like there's going to be a false start. There is a false start. All right, 3rd and 11 for Seattle. 3rd and 11 for Seattle. And he hits his man. All right. 1st down for Seattle. All right. 2nd and 17 for Josh Allen and team. Gain of 7. It'll be 3rd down and about 10. 3rd down and about 10. There's a flag on the field, though. So we'll see what the flag is. Personal foul, defense, face mask. All right. Big play. There is no foul for face mask. Okay, 3rd down. There is no play. All right. So 3rd down for the Raiders. 3rd and 9. 3rd down for the Bills. All right. So let's see what happens here. 3rd and 10 for Buffalo here. 3rd and 9 for the Raiders. So Josh Allen's got Ray Davis, I think, or Ty Johnson in the backfield. It's hard to see. And Josh Allen looking, and he's in trouble. Nothing there. 4th down. 4th down. 4th and 10 for Buffalo. All right. So Josh Allen and team, no good there. The offense is still on the field for 4th and 10. So Josh Allen is probably going to try to draw them off sides. No good. Flag. Back them up 5 yards, and Buffalo will punt. And Cooper Kupp on 2nd down, bringing it to 3rd and 3. So Seahawks are in the red zone here. 13-yard line, 3rd and 3. And here they go. Snap is off. And Charbonnet gets the 1st down. Charbonnet gets the 1st down. 3rd and 9 for the Raiders. And Geno gets sacked. Okay. JSN invisible right now. Yeah, start of the game though. We'll see. Maybe he'll hit. You need Darnold and Herbert for 2+ passing touchdowns each. Do I think it cashes? I think Herbert for sure will hit. I think the more shaky one would be Darnold to throw to. I mean, you have a very good opportunity for Darnold to throw one right now. He's 2nd and goal. So if he hits here, I would say, yeah, you have a good chance to hit both. You know, what's his name? Herbert has 2 or Herbert has one already, right? So he has to already hit two. Uh, so let's see if Darnold on this drive can hit for you. He's got second and goal. They're on the 8-yard line right now, and they run it with Charbonnet again. It's third down, so it'll be third and goal for the Seahawks here. You had Brissett for 2+ touchdowns of that bet and hit. Oh, so you have a multi-leg parlay thingy going, huh? For all these quarterbacks and getting 2 touchdowns. Well, I'm glad Brissett hit for you. You got your third down opportunity here, third and long, so it's probably going to be a pass play for Darnold. So let's see if he could hit for you. It's about a 10-yard try. So here it goes. Darnold looking, and he is sacked. Okay, so no good on that one. But I think Darnold's gonna be the difficult one to hit just because this game's looking a little slow. It's looking more defensive, I guess is the word, right? Vikings versus Seahawks. So maybe there's gonna be less opportunities available, but we don't know. So I think that's that. In terms of the Chargers, I mean, my Raiders were not the greatest on defense, so he already has one. So I think Herbert will probably hit that second one, right? Field goal is up, field goal is good for the Seahawks. I think it just comes down to if Darnold is going to have to throw, right? Because it's possible that with the backup quarterback on the Vikings, they don't score nothing and they just run the ball out, right? Control the game. So hopefully they'll have to score. Hopefully the Vikings here can do something on offense. So we'll see. All right. In the Chargers right now, Trey Lance is in the game. I don't know what's going on with Justin Herbert, but Justin Herbert is not in. No way, Justin Herbert's injured. Is that why Trey Lance is in? Oh my goodness. That sucks. All right. So we got you're cursed. Right after you said that, you feel cursed. Hopefully he's not super injured, man. Hopefully he comes back. Hopefully he comes back. Yeah, I have no idea. They're showing Justin Herbert getting hit, and oh man, and Herbert went back into the locker room. So we'll see if he comes back. Hopefully you're okay, Sergeant Halo. Hopefully you're okay. Much celebrations to you. Hopefully things work out. All right, on 2nd and 8, they run it with Jalen Warren, gain of about 3 or 4. But I'm wishing the best for you, Sergeant Halo. I'm wishing the best for you. So third and 4. Third and 4 for Pittsburgh. And it looks like false start on the Chargers. Going to back them up. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers can convert on this 3rd and 4. Empty backfield, snap taken, pass fired. Over the head, no good. Nothing there for Pittsburgh. Nothing there. Oh man, oh man. All right, so nothing there for Pittsburgh. All right, so let's see. Herbert is questionable to return, they said. Uh-oh. Monty Vidal getting the first down for the Chargers in the meantime on the run play. And end of the first quarter for the Chargers. All right. We got Here we go. They are just showing what Sam Darnold did for the Vikings last year versus what's happening this year. And so the Vikings now on 1st and 10 on their own 30-yard line. Here they go. Under center. And dropping back, play action. Firing, finding his tight end, who gets the first down on 1st and 10. So Hawkinson gets about 10 or 11 yards on this first down. Moves the chains. Oh man, Sam Darnold is in the injury tent too now? No way, Sergeant Halo. Both of your quarterbacks are in the injury tent. No, that's not good. All right, here we go. Here we go for the Vikings. Shotgun formation. Looking, firing, and looking for Jefferson off his hands. It was behind him. No good. It's going to be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10. Oh man, normally Jefferson would have caught that. Not sure why he couldn't. It was a little bit behind him. But dang. All right, it's 2nd and 10 for the Vikings, down 0-3 against the Seahawks. Shotgun formation here. On 2nd and 10, dropping back, looking, firing, finding his man. Addison, gain of maybe 5-ish, so 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 for the Vikings here. 3rd and 5 for the Vikings. Okay, Darnold is out of the medical tent. Hopefully he's all right. But no word. Hopefully he comes back in next drive. You got Brosmer on 3rd and 5 looking. And no good. So punt for the Vikings here. Punt for the Vikings. 4th and 5. All right. 1st and 10 for Buffalo here. Shotgun formation 0-0. And the fake to Cook. Now they go to him. And he gains about 5 on the play. Be about 2nd and 5-ish for the Bills, depending on the spot. It's 2nd and 5 for the Chargers. Herbert is back on the sideline. Hopefully he comes back in. Not on the field. Trey Lance up 7-0. Looking, goes for it with his feet, just short of the first down. Be 3rd down. 2nd and 6 for the Bills. Pitch back to Cook. And it'll be 3rd down for the Bills. And they're looking to work on Justin Herbert's hand. 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Trey Lance. Vidal gets the first down. There's a flag out, though. 3rd and 4 for the Bills. Josh Allen empty backfield taking the snap, firing. And no good, incomplete. 4th down and 4 for the Bills. Jalen Ramsey making a play on the football. Khalil Shakir, it looks like, was the intended target. Face mask on the Raiders will move the Chargers down the field. Hunting are the Bills. after a 3-and-out. So punt is off. And the Steelers will start around their own 43-yard line. Justin Herbert's got his helmet on, so it's looking like he's trying to come back in the game. Gain of about 3 or 4 on first down for the Chargers on a handoff. So it'll be second down and about 7 or 6. 2nd and 6 for the Chargers at about midfield. All right. Herbert's left hand is injured. So not sure what kind of injury, but we'll see what they turned it out to be. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. And nothing happening on first down for Pittsburgh. It's going to be 2nd and 10. And Herbert's coming back in. Herbert is back in. Herbert is back in, guys. Herbert is back in. So 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 for Herbert. 3rd and 4, and the whistle blows the play dead with a flag. False start against the Chargers. Backs them up. 5 yards, backs them up. All right. The Seahawks, they're showing this game. And wow. Sam Darnold fumbles the football. Seattle fumbles the football. Wow. Cheers, guys. Herbert completing his pass. Keenan Allen for a first down. On Pittsburgh on a 2nd and 10. Jalen Warren hands it off. And he gets a first down. 12-yard run. All right, Pittsburgh in Buffalo territory now. All right, here they go. 1st and 10 for Herbert. Handoff. Bobbled the snap a little bit, but they get back to the line of scrimmage on the run play. All right, we got 3rd and 6 for Vikings after the forced fumble. All right. So Vikings here in very good field position. 10-yard line. 3rd and 6. Takes the snap, fires. And he's got Addison, but he might be a yard short of the first down. It's going to be very close to the first down. All right. So we'll see where that spot is for Jordan Addison. 1st and 10 for the Chargers. The Raiders just giving it away to the Chargers right now. 1st and 10 for the Chargers. Shotgun formation. Here comes Herbert. Takes the snap. Fakes the handoff for play action. Fires to the end zone. And he's got his man, Gadsden, 2 yards short of the end zone. And it's 1st and goal. Vikings are short. It's 4th and 1. They're going for it. And it's pick 6. And it's a pick 6. Yo. Oh my goodness. Interception on Brosmer. Seahawks defense runs it back for a touchdown. And there you go. It is a touchdown for the Seahawks defense. Bob, how are you? I'm going. Please don't do too much to shock and Wait, what? You're going. Please don't do too much to shock and Wait, what does that mean, Bob? I'm trying to decipher it. Maybe you were expecting the Vikings to score there? I don't know. Second and goal for Herbert. Vidal trying to get to the end zone, cannot do it. The Raiders, yeah, defense. Third and goal for the Chargers. Third and goal for the Chargers. Guys, this is crazy. This is crazy. The Vikings force a fumble on Sam Darnold. Automatic red zone for the Vikings. They're down 0-3. They decide to go for it on 4th and 1. And Brosmer just throws a pick six. Jeez, that was like the worst possible outcome that could happen for the Vikings there. And I imagine if you're the Vikings, you got to be kicking yourself. You got to be kicking yourself for giving up Sam Darnold and having to play these guys. Rodgers is looking to make something happen, and no good. No good. Oh, Bob's going against Allen. Okay. You're going against Allen. So don't do too much in that game. Got it. Well, hopefully with the windiness that's happening in that game that you're right that Allen doesn't get much there. Hopefully for you that's how that game turns out to be. But much love, Bob. Appreciate you letting me know where you're at. I'll be hoping for you for getting, minimal work from Josh Allen, but much love. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, Bob. Drop a like if you can, but thanks so much. I'll be rooting for you. I'll be rooting for you. Justin Herbert firing for the end zone, and it's picked off. No way! Raiders! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Interception! Oh no. Oh no. You're up by 15-ish. Oh geez. So you need Josh Allen to really not have a good game then, huh? You need him to almost not do much at all. Ooh, that's tough. But we can pray. We could pray. We could hope, right? We can hope. Oh man, hopefully you win, Bob. But best of luck to you. Celebrations to you and your team. Best of luck there. Best of luck, Bob. Best of luck. All right. So Puka, Nakua, and the Rams lose to the Panthers. Lose to the Panthers. So let's see what happens next. Let's see what happens next. We got the Vikings down 10-0, back on the field after that pick six by Seattle. So Seattle's pick six puts the Vikings back on the field at 1st and 10. All right. And run it with Mason up the middle, gain of maybe 2-ish. So not much there. It'll be 2nd down. 2nd down and 8. So here we go. Here we go. 2nd and 8. 2nd and 8 for the Vikings. Flag is down. Plays blown dead. It was a false start. We'll back up the Vikings. False start on the Vikings, backs them up. So here they go. 2nd down and 13 for the Vikings after a pick six. Pick six by the Seahawks has put them up 10-0 against the Vikings. So Vikings shotgun formation here. 2nd and 13. Looking, finding Mason underneath, and he fumbles it. Oh, but he recovers it. So it's going to be 3rd down and 13, maybe gain of 1. So 3rd down and 12 here. 3rd down and 12, 2-minute warning. All right. James Cook and the Bills here, 2nd and 9. Fake the handoff, play action. Allen finding James Cook, and he gets a 1st down. So 1st and 10 for the Bills. 1st and 10. So here they go. Here come the Raiders on 2nd and 9. After the interception. Look. Did he intercept that? They're saying the Chargers might have intercepted. They're giving it to them. Interception. Chargers getting the ball back from ball popped up in the air. And they're going to take a look at this. They will look at this. It looks like he's got it. 2nd down and 3 for Josh Allen and team. Here they go. Handoff, James Cook. Swallowed up. It's going to be 3rd down and 2 or 3rd down and 3. 3rd down and 2. Here it is. For the Bills. 3rd down and 2. Ruling on the field is an interception. They're looking at it for the Raiders game. And it looks like the Bills get a 1st down. Bills get a 1st down around midfield. So Josh Allen and team. Josh Allen and team around midfield with a 1st down. So they're also showing 3rd and 12 for the Vikings out of the 2-minute warning. Shotgun formation. And James Cook fumbled the football. And they say Pittsburgh takes over. No way. James Cook just fumbled it. James Cook just fumbled it? No way. Bob says the same thing. So it looks like it is true. A fumble. Well, that takes the ball out of Josh Allen's hands for you. That takes the ball out of Josh Allen's hands for you. But James Cook fumbling the football. And Pittsburgh takes over. James Cook's knee hits the ball out of his hands. And it is a turnover. It is a fumble. Confirmed. Confirmed. So 1st and 10 for the Steelers here. You need it bad? I know, Bob. We all we all do. We all try to make playoffs, right? Rodgers finding DK Metcalf. 1st down. We both need it, Bob. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully you make playoffs. Hopefully you squeak out a win. Hopefully you scream out a win, Bob. All right. First down for Chargers. They run it, gain of a few. DK Metcalf catches the pass off the turnover, gets a first down. 25-yard line, almost in the red zone. Closest scoring opportunity for Pittsburgh so far. And Rodgers looking, firing. And nothing there. Nothing there. You're praying to make it to playoffs? Me too, man. 100 for you. I feel the exact same way. I feel the exact same way. So trying to hit Darnell Washington in Pittsburgh, no good. Going for the end zone, no good for the Chargers. So 3rd and 6 for the Chargers, 2nd and 10 for Pittsburgh. Both of them marching towards the red zone. Looking. Gainwell catches it. And he gets shoved out of bounds. Kenneth Gainwell, first down. 3rd and 6 for the Chargers. Dropping back. Firing. And Keenan Allen close to a first down. He might not have gotten it. So Kenneth Gainwell picking up the pass with his fingertips. And that's how he gets that first down for Rodgers. So 4th and inches for Justin Herbert inside the red zone. They're going for it. Vidal, and he's stuffed short. Down to the 2, 2nd and goal. Jaylen Warren catching a pass. So Chargers turn it over on downs to the Raiders. Raiders, our defense. And Jaylen Warren just a yard or two short of the touchdown. So it's going to be 2nd and goal. No flags there. So Pittsburgh, 2nd and goal. 1st and 10 for Seattle. Incomplete for Pittsburgh. 2nd and 3. 2nd and 3 for the Seahawks. Pittsburgh was looking to pass it, I think. All right, 3rd and goal for Pittsburgh here. Jaylen Warren, touchdown! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, I have a chance to win now. Oh my goodness gracious. I thought I was out of it. All right, Warren, touchdown. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, my man. I needed that so bad. I needed that so bad. Oh my God. Much love, Bob. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Touchdown, Jaylen Warren. I needed that so bad. All right. So Pittsburgh gets an unsportsmanlike conduct, but the touchdown stands. So Jaylen Warren with the touchdown. Much love to you, Bob. Thank you so much for that. Shout out. I needed that touchdown so bad. I needed that touchdown so bad. All right. All right. So field goal is good for the field goal is good for the Seahawks. All right, field goal is good for the Seahawks. All right. So 9.9 points for Jalen Warren. And the Steelers right now. Cook might be hurt, really. Uh-oh. I mean, his pride might be hurt a little bit after that fumble, but we'll see. We'll see if that is true or not, sir. We'll see what happens with Cook on the next turn. We shall see. All right. But I mean, hopefully that means less yards for Josh Allen for you. So we'll see. We'll see there. I am hoping for you, Bob. I am praying for you. I'm praying for you. 100 to you, Bob. 100 to you. Okay, so I can update the score now that somebody has scored in the Bills game. Oh, I forgot to put up a poll, huh? I forgot to put up the poll. Who? Let's put up this poll now. Who will win? Bills or Steelers? Who will win? Cook's walking weird. Uh-oh, that's not good. That is not good. That is not good. All right, so we got let's see. Who can win this? The Steelers or the Bills? Who's going to win, guys? Who is going to win? Well, thank you for letting me know about James Cook, Bob. Hopefully that means Josh Allen will not score as many points on you. All right. So we have some interesting things happening right now. We got the Steelers up 7-0 against the Bills, the Chargers up 7-0 against the Raiders, and the Seahawks up 13-0 against the Vikings. The Seahawks game went off first, and they are at the halftime. We got 4 minutes left, 2nd and 1 for the Raiders, down 7-0. Lots of turnovers happened in that game. Hopefully the Raiders can make something happen here and score to make this game tied up. But the Chargers are winning 7-0, and right now the Raiders are driving the ball across midfield. All right. We just had Jalen Warren scoring a rushing touchdown. So the Bills will be taking over. Bob has graciously shouted out that it's possible that James Cook is hurt. So we'll see what happens with that when they get back on the field. But for now, it's 1st and 10 across midfield are my Raiders. Ashton Genty and team. Handoff to Genty. Swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. Gain of maybe 2 or 3 there. Let's go Raiders, right, Bob? Let's go Raiders. We're so good at football. We're so good at football. But today, standing a chance here. So hopefully the Raiders can keep it up. And the Bills take it out of the backfield. So Josh Allen and team will be taken over. We have a 2nd and 8 and an empty backfield with Geno Smith looking downfield, firing, and off the fingers, but a flag is down of Trey Tucker. There was a flag, and it's looking like it might be a pass interference or a hold. So we'll see what that turns out to be. Josh Allen and team are taking over 1st and 10 here. Pass interference on the Chargers. Pass interference on the Chargers. So that moves them to a 1st and 10. James Cook is back on the field, so he's still good, and he runs for about 15 on 1st down. You're going against Chargers defense, Bob? Okay, well, now we really have to hope for the Raiders. Now I'm really going to be rooting for you. Let's go. We fire our offensive coordinator, and we're going to score more points than we ever have after firing Chip Kelly. Let's pray for that. 29-yard line here. 1st and 10, Geno Smith. Shotgun formation. Fakes the end around. Going for it. And Bowers, he's got it. He's got it in the red zone. 1st and goal now for the Raiders. Let's go, Bob. This is all for you. We got James Cook on a handoff, gain of maybe 3. So we got the Raiders here on the goal line after a Brock Bowers reception on about the 5-yard line. So it's going to be about 1st and goal from about the 5 for the Raiders. Here we go, almost at the 2-minute warning. Shotgun formation. Geno Smith directing traffic. Let's see if he takes the snap. And they do not take the snap, and it just goes down to the 2-minute warning. 1st and goal when we come back for Oakland. Josh Allen running for it himself on 2nd and 7. It'll be 3rd down and about 3 for Pittsburgh against the Bills. 3rd down and about 3 for Josh Allen. So he's almost sacked, but Josh Allen good on his feet. Gain of about 3 or 4. So it's going to be 3rd down and manageable for the Bills at about midfield. So here we go. We'll see 3rd and 3 here for the Bills. 3rd and 3 for the Bills. A shotgun formation. Empty backfield. He brings Ty Johnson back to his hip. 3rd and 3. Fakes the handoff. Allen goes for it himself, and he looks like he gets the 1st down. So quarterback keep there on 3rd and 3, and it looks like he gets the 1st down. All right, people are jawing back and forth in this game. You can't stop him. I know it's so hard to stop Josh Allen when he's does the quarterback keep. But hopefully for you, they can swallow up this drive and not get any points to Josh Allen passing wise or rushing. I guess you'd be hoping for like a James Cook rushing touchdown or something. Well, obviously you're hoping for a turnover on Josh Allen, but we'll see what happens here. James Cook on a pitch, gain of about 2 or 3 on 1st down. So they're across midfield. It's going to be about 2nd and 7-ish, 2nd and 8-ish for the Bills. All right. Let's see what happens here on 2nd and 8. We got a shotgun formation here for Josh Allen. And he takes the snap. Play action. And it was almost picked off. Woo! That would have been nice there for Bob. But play batted down at least. All right, so it's going to be, I believe, 3rd down for the Bills. Probably 4 down territory with how bad the wind is. Unless it's a long 4th down, then maybe they'll punt it. All right, Raiders taking the field on 1st and goal. Genty swallowed up at the line of scrimmage, nothing there. Josh Allen looking for his man on 3rd down, and he gets it. It's going to be close for a 1st down. They call the 1st down. So Bills get the 1st down there. All right. So it's going to be 2nd and goal for the Raiders. And it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Bills. So Bills on the 34-yard line, 1st and 10. Here they go. Looking at a handoff. James Cook up the middle, gets a couple blocks, and gets about 7. So it'll be 2nd down and about 3 for them. All right. The Raiders and team on 2nd and goal here. Raiders and team are on 2nd and goal. So 6-yard line here. 2nd and goal. Shotgun formation. And delay of game? Pete Carroll has to take a timeout. All right, 2nd and 3 for Josh Allen under center here. And he's in trouble. He's trying to break free. He does break free. And he slides. A late hit. Do they call it? 3rd down. Might be a late hit. No flags are thrown, though. That kind of was close to a penalty, I would say. All right, 2nd and goal for the Raiders. Shotgun. Looking for the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown! Raiders! Brock Bowers for the touchdown. Bob Hope says you can't. He knocked him out. Oh, really? I did not see that. Let's go. Geno Smith. Brock Bowers. Doesn't that help your defense, Bob? Touchdown. Touchdown. Geno Smith hitting Brock Bowers for the touchdown. Let's go. Let's tie this up, Raiders. Let's go, Raiders. 3rd down and 2 for Josh Allen, and he gets the 1st down. All right. Brock Bowers and team scoring the touchdown there. Let's go. Geno Smith, Brock Bowers for the touchdown. That's great. That is great. All right. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this Bills Steelers first half. It's 1st and 10 for the Bills here. So let's see what they end up doing. But Bob gets the touchdown for the Raiders, so his opponent's defense gets scored on. Hopefully that helps there. We got an injured player in the Bills game with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, so injury timeout there. The Raiders just scored, and we had the Seahawks in a halftime. So they are just showing the replays of the earlier games of how the Rams lost. Crazy that they lost, right? Crazy that they lost. Carolina take it over. And Carolina wins against one of the best teams in football, the Rams. So the Rams drop to 9-3. Panthers win. So they are still only back one game from the Bucks. And it will be a bye week, I believe, for a bye week for the Carolina Panthers coming out of this. Bye week for San Francisco. Bye week for the Giants. And there's one other team. I forget who. So let me turn this brightness up a little bit. All right. So we got all the games at a break right now. All of them at a break right now. So we shall see. Bills are in red zone scoring position. We'll see what they decide to do coming out of the timeout or close to the red zone, right? Close. I don't know if they're exactly at the red zone. Pittsburgh 24. So just outside the red zone. Raiders and Chargers are tied 7-7. And the Seahawks are up 13-0 against the Vikings. Vikings struggling this year. Bad quarterbacks giving up Sam Darnold. I bet you they wish they could take that one back. All right, Raiders punting, kicking off right here. Kicking off, and the Chargers field it, running it back. Uh-oh. Finding an edge. All right, back to the 35-yard line. There they go. 1st and 10 for Buffalo here. Taking it down to the 2-minute warning. So it'll be the 2-minute warning for Buffalo. There we go. 2-minute warning for Buffalo. And the Raiders will be playing the Chargers, and it's 1st and 10 for the Chargers here. 34-yard line. Shotgun formation for Justin Herbert. All right, here they go. And Herbert is sacked. Herbert is sacked. Let's go, Raiders. Let us go. All right. So let's see what the Chargers are going to do here. They are sacked down 2nd and 16, a minute left, and it looks like a false start on the Chargers. We'll see. And we got the Seahawks taking the first possession of the second half, taking a knee, so the ball will get moved out for the first possession of Seattle. So here Seattle goes. First half stats, 48 yards for the Vikings, 84 yards for the Seahawks, and the Seahawks are up 13-0. So a lot of bad turnovers in this game. Let's see what happens in the second half if these offenses can get it together. It's start of the second half, 20-yard line. Here comes Sam Darnold under center. And Kenneth Walker in the backfield with a pitch. And he has some room. And he gets tripped up. Big play. Kenneth Walker. 2nd and 16. Herbert, 2nd and 16. Looking. Firing. No good. It's going to be 3rd and 16. All right, 24-yard gain for Kenneth Walker. Brings them close to midfield. Another pitch. Gain of about 2 or 3 for Walker. 3rd and 16 for Justin Herbert. Tied 7-7, a minute 14 left. Here he goes, dropping back, firing. And he's got a completion, but a couple yards short of the first down. Ladd McConkey, 4th down. All right, here it goes. 1st and 10 for James Cook on a handoff. Gain of about 3 or 4. Sam Darnold dropping back, firing. Kenneth Walker, no room to go. It's going to be 3rd down for the Seahawks. And 2nd and 5 for the Bills. 3rd and 8 for the Seahawks here. 3rd and 8 for the Seahawks. All right, here they go. 3rd and 8 for the Seahawks. So, shotgun formation for Sam Darnold. Running back on his left hip. And hard count might have got them to come off early. Someone came early on the Vikings. All right, 2nd and 5 for the Bills here. 20-yard line, 2nd and 5. Red zone opportunity. And another handoff to Cook. Does he get the edge? He gets the first down. Gain of about 8 for Cook. Raiders are taking a knee to take it to the half. Raiders taking a knee here. So that game goes to the half. 3rd and 3 after a encroachment / offsides, neutral zone infraction, whatever you call it, against the Vikings. So 3rd and 3 here for the Seahawks. Shotgun formation. Looks like Kenneth Walker's in the backfield. And they find him. And he gets a first down. So Kenneth Walker with the first down for his team. Play is under review. Play is under review. Pittsburgh takes a timeout. 1st and 10 for Kenneth Walker and team. Taking a pitch back. Lowers the shoulder and gets a good run in gain of about 3. 2nd down and 10. 2nd down and 8 maybe. First and 10 for the Bills. 12-yard line. Here they go. Under centers Josh Allen, James Cook in the backfield. 1st and 10, a minute 46 left. Here they go. Cook running it up the middle. Nothing there. 2nd and 6, no good for Sam Darnold. It's 3rd and 6. James Cook and team on a 2nd and 8. So looking for Kenneth Walker. Nothing there. Here they go. 2nd and 8 for Josh Allen with a minute and 12 seconds left. Here they go. Nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and 8. 3rd and 6. Here they go. And offsides again for the Vikings. 3rd down and about 1. So 3rd down and 8 for Pittsburgh and the Bills. The Bills are 3rd and 8 right now. 10-yard line. Here they go, taking the snap, dropping back, firing, finding his man, but he's short. It's going to be 4th and 3. Timeout by Pittsburgh, 55 seconds left. 3rd down and 1. 3rd down and 1 for Seahawks. Charbonnet looks like he's in. Fake it. And ball batted. 4th down and 1. There's a 4th down for the Bills as well. Looks like an injured player. So let's see what. Here they go. Let's see. Field goal opportunity for the Seahawks. And field goal is good. So 16-0 Seahawks leading. There you go. All right, let's see. Bathroom break. Be right back. Drop any comments and questions in chat. All right, be right back, guys. All right, we are back. Okay. So they're showing 4th and 3 for Buffalo, going for it on 4th and 3. 55 seconds left in this game. And 4th and 3, Josh Allen and team going. Nope, backing off. All right. Here they go. 4th and 3. So now the Bills are going to take the field goal opportunity here. Put some points on the board. All right, you got 1st and 10 for the Vikings here. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Seahawks are up 16-0, you know. So let's see what they do here. We got 1st and 10 for the Vikings, down 0-16. Under center, Jefferson in motion, pitch back to Aaron Jones. Nothing there, swallowed up, maybe a loss of 1. All right, so 4th and 3, Josh Allen still on the field after that timeout. 12 seconds left. All right, false start on the Bills. False start on the Bills, backs them up. Now they have to kick a field goal. It's be 4th and 7. All right, 2nd and 11 for the Vikings. Shotgun, dropping back, firing, and he's got his man for a 1st down, TJ Hawkinson. There you go. Chunk play for the Vikings there. Marching the ball over midfield. So TJ Hawkinson getting some there. 4th and 8, field goal attempt. Field goal is up, and field goal is good for the Bills. All right. So 1st and 10 here for the Vikings. Cross midfield, 39-yard line. And takes the snap. And tackled for a loss, Aaron Jones. Tackled for a loss is Aaron Jones. All right. We can update the score after the Bills kick this field goal. All right. So 3-7 for that game. We got the Vikings just completely looking really bad right now against the Seahawks defense. They made like one good play this half. Let's see if they can get another one going. It's 2nd and 14. Firing and nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and long. 3rd and 14 here. And this is just looking real tough for the Vikings. It's looking really bad. Their offense does not look good at all. So over the head of Jefferson, potential interception, but no, it's not. 3rd and 14 here. So 3rd and 14. All right. 3rd and 14. Darnold dropping back. Hits Aaron Jones. Hit from behind. The ball is out. And another turnover. Fumble by Aaron Jones. Fumble by Aaron Jones. Ball's taken over. Seahawks football. Wow. That was a big fumble. Fumble. All right. Seahawks defense gets it. So Seahawks defense Gets them back on the field. All right. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. 46 seconds left. Pittsburgh's up 7-3. Setting up a screen. Jonnu Smith. Not much there. Few yards. 2nd and 4. No 30 seconds left in this half. Aaron Rodgers and team. 20 seconds left. Gainwell. That'll run out the clock. That'll be it for the first half. 7-3. Steelers winning 7-3. All right. So Steelers receive the ball when we get back from the half. We got the Seahawks turning over the Vikings, Aaron Jones and team. So Seahawks in mighty control of that game. So they're showing the Jets won against the Falcons. Bijan Robinson getting good work in that game. Breece Hall having a decent game. And Adonai Mitchell with 100 yards and a touchdown. Crazy. All right. So we got some interesting things happening in this late window game. You know, the Seahawks commanding lead over the Vikings. The Vikings just look totally inept right now. Raiders and Chargers tied at the half 7-7. And Bills, Steelers up 7-3 at the half. So the only game going on right now is the Seahawks, and a flag was just called. So flag was called on I think a hold or something on the offense. Yeah, they're showing the Aaron Jones fumble again. Showing the Aaron Jones fumble. So 1st and 15 must have been like an illegal motion or something. Only 5-yard penalty. Got Sam Darnold with the empty backfield. And he's looking, finding his tight end, AJ Barner, who gets like 12, almost a full 15 there. And we got 2nd and 2 coming up for the Seahawks. And you got the Raiders kicking off to the Chargers right now. So the Chargers will have the first possession of the game. Taking over about the 33 will be the Chargers. We got 2nd and 2 for the Seahawks here. The Seahawks almost at midfield, 2nd and 2. Kenneth Walker gets the first down. Gets about 2 yards there. So Kenneth Walker, first down for his team. Justin Herbert and team taking the field here. 2nd shotgun. Here it comes. Dropping back. Firing deep. Nothing there. The real McCoy, how are you? 22.5 points and you win. Okay. So you have a decent chance then, right? you have a decent chance. You just need you need a couple touchdowns probably, right? Um, but it's possible, Real McCoy. I believe in you. I believe in you. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully you picked up all the snow. Hopefully you got all the snow. Um, and hopefully it doesn't snow again on you a whole foot. So much love to you, Real McCoy. Much, much appreciated. Third down for the Chargers. First drive of the half. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Sam Darnold dropping back, firing for Jackson Smith. Flag is down on the field. Flag is down. Illegal contact on the defense. It'll be a first down. Seattle for the first automatic first down. 3rd and 2 for Justin Herbert in team on his own 41-yard line. Vidal's going for it, and everybody fell down on my Raiders defense. And Vidal's going to break away for a touchdown. Wow. Everybody falls down on the Raiders defense. That was sad. So Kamani Vidal for like a 55-yard touchdown. And the Chargers take the lead. Kamani Vidal for the long touchdown. And there you go. All right. First down for Kenneth Walker. First down for Kenneth Walker, and he runs for about 7, but there's a flag. So what is the flag? Extra point is good. So offsides. Man, the Vikings are just racking up penalties, yo. They are just racking up penalties. It's 1st and 5. 1st and 5 for Seattle. So Smith and Jigba gets a catch. First down. First down for Jackson Smith and Jigba. So 1st and 10 for Seattle here. 5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Jackson Smith and Jigba getting the first down. So 1 catch for Jackson Smith and Jigba today. It's a little quiet, but not much passing going on in this game. So 23-yard line. Here it goes. Pitch back to Charbonnet. And nothing there. Tackled at the line of scrimmage. So Jackson, Smith, and Jigba got the first down. Then they gave it to Charbonnet, who gets tackled at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 for Seattle. So here they go. 2nd and 10 for Seattle. They got shot or under center. Handoff to Walker. And nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and 10. It's going to be 3rd and 10 here. So JSN, Cooper Kupp on the field. Rashid Shaheed. We got the Chargers kicking off. The Raiders taking the knee in the end zone. So here we go. 3rd down. 3rd down and 10 for Seattle here. Third empty backfield, 3rd down and 10. Looking, firing, and he got Shaheed. Gain of maybe 5 or 6. It'll be 4th down. 4th down and 4. Seattle probably take the field goal here. All right. So the Raiders on 1st down, Ashton Genty gets almost all 10. You got a field goal attempt here for the Seahawks. So let's see what they do. Seahawks on 4th and 4. Seahawks on 4th and 4. Here they go. 4th and 4. Up 16-0. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes, 19 seconds left in the third quarter. 40-yard field goal attempt for the Seahawks. Snap is good. Kick is up. And kick is good. So the Seahawks are now leading 19-0. 19-0 against the Vikings. Raiders on 2nd and 3, pitching back to Genty, running up the middle. Gain of maybe 1. It'll be 3rd down and maybe 2-ish. Maybe 3. So here they go. It'll be 3rd down. Why is Jefferson not doing anything? It's because he has the backup quarterback in, bro. They have Brosmer in, and they only have like 70 yards passing. He doesn't look good, Brosmer. What you're gonna hope for is since they're down, and Raiders get sacked. Because they're now down 19-0 against the Seahawks. When they get the ball right now, you have to imagine all they're going to be doing is passing. They're down 3 scores, so running the football does them no good at this position of time. So hopefully here's where you get your garbage time points for Jefferson, negative game script. Hopefully you just got to hope that Brosmer can complete some passes here in these upcoming drives. But he doesn't look good. He looks just as bad as JJ McCarthy. So both of those guys have not looked good. That's what's so tough about Jefferson. Nobody to throw him the football. When there's only like 100 yards passing in a game, there's not much to go around, right? Not much to go around. So hopefully, Real McCoy, I'll send you love. Hopefully Jefferson breaks free for a touchdown or something, and a broken play gets a touchdown. So hopefully. Bad luck, I know. Hopefully they can just break free for a touchdown or something. All right. So with these 3 games going, the Seahawks are in commanding lead. They're in a commanding lead. The Chargers are now winning after Kamani Vidal breaks free for like a 55-yard touchdown. And we got 7-3 Steelers Bills still at the half. So here we go. Seattle kicking off up 19-0. 3 minutes and 16 seconds left in the third quarter. Here comes the Vikings. Maybe they could try to make something happen here to the 32-ish yard line on the return. So it will be Vikings down 19-0 here. Aaron Jones looks hurt. Aaron Jones got hurt, has his helmet on, but we'll see what he if he ends up coming back on the field or not. 1st and 10 for the Vikings here. Jordan Mason in the backfield. 1st and 10, 3 minutes and 8 seconds left in the third quarter, down 0-19. And I said they wouldn't be handing it off, and they handed it off to Jordan Mason. Oh my God. All right. So moving to the Chargers game now. Chargers are back on the field. And on 2nd down, nothing much for the Vikings. It'll be 3rd down and long. The Vikings look so bad right now, guys. Possibly the worst team in the league, if I'm being honest. They seriously look as bad as the Jets right now. They really do. So hopefully Justin Jefferson can catch you guys some footballs. I know a lot of people are relying on him. So 3rd and 5 here. 3rd and 5 for the Vikings. Down 0-19. Jefferson in motion. Dropping back. Firing. And he's got his 1st down. TJ Hawkinson for a 1st down. There you go. Vikings complete it. Yeah. All right, 1st and 10 for the Steelers here. First play of the 2nd half. And Rodgers fumbles it. And the ball comes out. And it's a touchdown. What? No way, guys. Oh my God. Touchdown, Buffalo. Wow. Touchdown, Buffalo there, guys. Defensive scoop and score. Fumble 6. What a crazy way to start the half. And the Raiders get a 3 and out, so they're going to get the ball back. And the Bills just score on a fumble of Aaron Rodgers. Oh my goodness. So as soon as you come into the half, first play of the half, the Bills are now leading 10-7. Oh my God. Justin Jefferson and a flag. All right. Automatic 1st down for the Vikings and he throws an interception right after. Interception on the Vikings. Seahawks have the ball. Oh my God. If you're Justin Jefferson, you have to be so frustrated right now. I mean, your team is just playing like a complete joke right now. So, doesn't matter who the Vikings have in their lineup. They all the quarterbacks are not playing well. So, terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So the Bills negative yards. Wait, but no, there was a foul, right? So I don't think doesn't the foul offset it? Me and coach, I'll get you 5. At least get 5 yards on that, right? Oh my goodness. Hopefully something could happen there. Oh my goodness. It just is looking so bad. So bad. I don't know. My football IQ is player IQ, coaching IQ needs some work. I think their quarterback needs some help, bro. So if you have any tips, I think those Vikings could use your help there. Mason Rudolph in now after Aaron Rodgers fumble 6s it. Gets tackled, probably hurts his hand, the one that is broke or whatever. So back to basics. I know, back to basics for those Vikings. I mean, I know the Seahawks defense is great, but geez, man, the Vikings look so terrible. So terrible. And on a run on first down, nothing there for Jalen Warren, second down. Like Madden, right? Just like Madden, can you get what's it called? Can you run the same play 10 times and score a touchdown, right? But oh my goodness, the Vikings look so bad, dude. They look really, really bad. And Aaron Rodgers is not on the field. Second and 11 after a loss of 1 on the run. Mason Rudolph throwing the ball straight into the floor. So no good there. Um so flag is down though. Unsportsmanlike conduct, defense. Oh no. Wow. Knocks the ball out of DK Metcalf's hand. Unsportsmanlike conduct called on the Bills. So first down for the Steelers. So now a third and 11 goes to a first down. So Mason Rudolph gets a fresh set of downs here. Down 10-7 against the Bills. Nothing's been going in the run game. Bills normally are not good against the run, but no blocking for Pittsburgh. And on a 1st and 10, Warren gets about 3. All right. You got Geno Smith dropping back, getting sacked yet again. So 4th down, they're going to have to punt. All right. So the Vikings and Brosmer. Nothing here. Absolutely nothing. All right. 2nd and 6 after a. And Rudolph throws an interception. Oh my God. Jefferson, number 1 receiver, back to back. Show him why. I mean, they're not even getting the ball to him. That's where they're at right now. They're just like, he could be open. It's just Brosmer's not doing nothing. And the Seahawks defense is looking really good. All right. So Nick Chubb, they're showing a replay since every game is at break and how Nick Chubb got a touchdown. All right. And Atlanta gets a touchdown to David Sills. They're showing all the anytime touchdowns that hit, which were Nick Chubb and David Sills from the Falcons, but no one's betting on the Falcons. David Sills, right? Maybe you bet on Nick Chubb, but that would have been tough to say a touchdown for Nick Chubb to bet on that. So they had crazy odds on those bets. All right. So let's see what happens, but geez, bro. Steelers looking really bad right now. Vikings looking really bad right now. Raiders looking really bad right now. Um, So let's see what happens out of this. All right, we got Seattle taking over here, fourth quarter. And they're showing Charbonnet trying to fight for a minimal loss. Tackled for a loss there. Be second down. So Vikings down 0-19. Second and 14 for the Seahawks. Loss of 4 on the pitch back to Charbonnet. So second and 14 here. And we got second and 14, Sam Darnold in a shotgun formation. Puts Kenneth Walker in motion and throws it down. Broken play, nothing there. Justin Herbert on his own 40-yard line in a shotgun. Here they go. Herbert dropping back, play action. And he steps up and he's going to run it himself. And a gain of about 4. So it'll be second down there. Be second down there. We got third and 14 for the Seahawks. Hopefully the Vikings defense can hold on and Real McCoy and everybody could get another chance with Justin Jefferson. But it's third and 14 here. And a shotgun. And it's a handoff to Shaheed. And it'll be fourth and 14. Windows getting tighter. Nice. Projected. Very close. Oh, man. You just need a touch. You need a good play from Justin Jefferson. Here comes the football back to the Vikings. So hopefully they could find something for Jefferson here for you. All right. First and 10. The Bills are across half midfield now. So here we go. James Cook breaking free on the edge. Gain of about 7. Third down and 5 for Justin Herbert. Firing. And he's found his man. There you go. Wan'Dale and Henderson still left to play. But Jefferson, you definitely need some points. I know. Well, hopefully on this drive, it will be everything that you're looking for. James Cook breaking free. Does he get all the way? Tackle down a few yards short. James Cook, first and goal here for the Bills. All right, first and 10. First and 10 here. Shotgun formation. Nothing there. They're going back to Cook. Gain of about 2 down to the 5. All right. So second and goal from about the 5 for the Bills. And it's going to be second and goal here. So here they go. Second and goal for the Bills. Here they go. Under center, Josh Allen and James Cook in the backfield. Handoff again. And they move the pile, get about half of it, so it'll be third and goal from about the 2 or the 3. And you got Justin Herbert and team with getting first down. And breaking into the red zone are the Chargers. Somebody needed 2 touchdown passes from Justin Herbert, so this is your best chance for that right here. You got a third and goal for Buffalo on about the 2 or the 3-yard line. So here they go. Hand it off to Cook. And he stopped just short. It's going to be fourth and goal. Fourth and goal. So looks like the Bills are going to go for it on 4th and goal here. So here they go. So Pittsburgh need to stop the Bills here on the 1.5-yard line. Josh Allen, empty backfield, man in motion, stepping back, looking for it, firing, and finds his man. Keon Coleman for the touchdown. So touchdown for Buffalo here. Josh Allen for the touchdown. What's my email? It's there you go. All right. So touchdown for Josh Allen here. Touchdown for Josh Allen. And wait, Herbert might have just passed it to McConkey for a touchdown. So whoever's looking for 2 passing touchdowns for the Chargers, you got it. You got Keenan Allen, Lad McConkey, not Keenan Allen, sorry. Justin Herbert, Lad McConkey, touchdown there as well. All right. All right. You sent something to my email? All right, let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let's see. Huh. I don't see your email yet, man. Uh, okay. Yeah, I'll wait for it. Oh my goodness, did they pick again? Another? No way. Are you serious? Another interception on the Vikings? Oh my goodness. Wow. Interception on the Vikings again. Let's see. Oh, it went to my junk. Here it is. It went to my junk. Uh, let's see. Moving it to inbox. Bidding for your roster straight to the junk. Okay. All right. Here it is. Here it is. I got it now. I got it now. Okay. I got it now. So let's see. All right. You got very close projection. You need Wandale, Travion. Oh, okay, and your opponent's already basically done, right? Your opponent is done. Yes, your opponent is done. Oh, you got lucky that St. Brown had a tough game, huh? Okay. So you got Wandale and Travion left. I think you got this. I think you could do it. I think you could do it. So your bench, Troy Franklin, Jalen Warren, DJ Moore, Jared Goff, Krosky Merritt, and Dobbs. I would say with your team, if you ever needed to pick somebody up, you could drop Krosky Merritt. Um, I would say you could drop Krosky Merritt in that roster if you ever needed to pick somebody up. That I think that's who I would be targeting. It doesn't really seem like he's gonna do anything spectacular with how what's it called? How much they've been using the other running backs. You don't really foresee Washington winning, leading like every single game. Even if Jaden Daniels comes back, I think that backfield is fogged up, you know. So I would say, yeah, I would say he's your best asset to quote unquote give up if you had to. Not saying you want to give him up, but if you were looking at the waiver for this next week. But I think I think you can come through with something here, right? I think you can come through with something. Um, um, I just think how would I describe it? I think Jefferson is your like kryptonite almost, because like you probably feel like you have to play him over these other receivers just because of his name. But like with in reality of what he's doing, not his fault, but like they went through what's his name? Brosmer threw like 4 interceptions today or something like that. So it's not I don't think it's his fault. Um, but just how bad that offense is, it's tough, it's really tough. Um, you're on the edge, Franklin. You've never seen him play. Franklin is, you know, Franklin is kind of he's interesting because again, he's the second receiver and he's getting a lot of targets. Marvin Mims was out for a while, so that's where some of the production came from, but even with him back, he's been getting it. So I see him as like a high value second wide receiver, Like how would I describe that? Um kind of like ki- kind of like how what's his name? Jefferson gets all the coverage, but then Addison at times had playable value, right? Because there's so much coverage on the other guys. That's kind of what it looks like for Franklin because Sutton is the primary target. He sometimes gets the secondary looks. Um, so that's how I would kind of describe that. Um, is he a reliable option? Not necessarily. Uh, but if you're debating, him versus Jefferson in the right matchups, you might be able to play Franklin. You got Dobbs, who you could potentially throw in there as well if needed. Um, but it definitely kind of feels like, you're probably hesitant to sit Jefferson, but you know, uh, I don't know who they're playing next week. But if the matchup is not good, I could move off of him. Right, like this matchup against the Seahawks, you could have almost foreseen and Charbonnet with the touchdown. Zach Charbonnet with the rushing touchdown for the Seahawks. Let's see, who do the Vikings play? The Vikings play. Okay, they play the Commanders and the Cowboys in the next, and the Giants. Okay, so Jefferson's upcoming schedule these next few weeks is actually pretty good. It's just, do you believe in his offense to be able to get him to the end zone or get him yards? That's the question, right? Um, so hopefully, all right, Seahawks scored here 20 up 26-0. So hopefully you can get something here. All right. Let's see. Where am I at right now? I'm behind on the score. I got to update the score. I gotta update the score here. Let me update the Bills score here. All right, that's good there. All right, let's update this score. All right, that's updated. All right, so we got Buffalo on 1st and 10 on their own 17-yard line, up 16-7. And we got James Cook trying to get the edge and get knocked out of bounds. Be second down in about 4. Maybe 3. Second down and short. Second down and 4 here for second down and 4 here for Buffalo. 16-7, second and 4. Buffalo is up here. Second and 4. Let's see. Buffalo's taking the snap here. Fakes the handoff, play action. Allen looking, hitting his man. He's got the first down. He's got the first down. The Bills got the first down. All right. So all games, multiple score games. Let's see if Pittsburgh can come up with the stop here to make this game interesting. The Seahawks are running away with it against the Vikings, and the Raiders are down like 2 touchdowns right now. So let's see. Handoff to Cook. Gain of about 1 maybe. All right. So they're showing the Seahawks up 26-0 against the Vikings. And the Vikings will be taking over for a possession. And there's a lot of people like Real McCoy needing a couple catches from Justin Jefferson. The Vikings have just been so bad. Brosmer's been extremely terrible. 4 interceptions or 3 interceptions and a fumble or something like that. 2nd and 9 here for the Bills, who are Josh Allen is looking to try to make some space, and he's got the edge, and he takes off for a first down. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Vikings. 9 minutes left in the game. Takes the snap, handoff. Jordan Mason gets a first down. 3rd and 6 for the Chargers here, up 21-7. Firing and looking for McConkey, and he looks like he's out of bounds. So it's going to be 4th down and 6 for the Chargers. 1st down and 10 for the Vikings. Brosmer's got 92 yards and 3 interceptions. And so here, Jordan Mason got them a first down on a carry. Here we go. 4th and 6 for the Chargers, looking for a field goal. Here it goes. Kick is up. And kick is good. Kick is good. All right. So on 1st down, Buffalo gets a nice gain in another first down. They're almost in the red zone. 1st and 10 here. So here comes Josh Allen. And nothing there. It's going to be 2nd and 10. All right, here it goes. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Looking, firing, finding Addison. Close to a first down. Very close to a first down. All right, 2nd and 10 for Buffalo here. So here they go, 2nd and 10. Looking, firing, finding their man. Khalil Shakir for about 5 yards. All right. 2nd down for the Vikings. 2nd down and 6. All right. 3rd down and 5 for Buffalo here. 3rd down and 5 for Buffalo here. All right. Shotgun. Allen. It's going to be short. On 2nd and 6, looking for Addison for the Vikings. Nothing there. 3rd and 6. 4th and 1 for Buffalo. Going for it on 4th down. Going for it on 4th down. Here they go. Under center, Josh Allen. And hand it off. And he gets the first down. And Jordan Addison catching the ball for a first down for the Vikings. Vikings are finally making a drive here. All right. 1st and 10 for the Bills. 16 to 7. Nothing there for the Bills. 2nd and 10. First and 10 for the Vikings. Handoff up the middle for Mason, and he's got a first down and more. All right. Flag after the play. And James Cook catching the football. It's in Jesus' hands now. Oh man. Oh, you gotta hope for this touchdown, right? This is the money for you right here. Closest opportunity right now for Justin Jefferson. All right. I'm wishing you luck. Let's go. Here we go. Celebrations for you. All right. End of the 3rd quarter. Bills and Steelers. And here we go. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Let's hope. Let's hope. All right. We got a injured player for the Vikings here, or for the Seahawks. Causes a stoppage. Gino and team trying to march it down the field. All right, here we go for the Vikings. 33 yards. Man in motion. Under center. Handoff. Mason. Gain of maybe 3 or 4. All right. Geno Smith. 2nd and 2. Firing. And he's got Tucker if he's got his feet in, and he does. So Geno Smith and team marching it back down. All right, here we go. 5 minutes, 50 seconds left for the Vikings. 2nd and 5. Looking, firing, and it's another pick. Oh my goodness gracious. Another interception. Oh, but he fumbled it. Oh. But, oh my goodness. They got the ball back. What just happened? So it was intercepted, and then on the run back, the Seahawks fumbled it again, and Minnesota recovers. So there was an interception and a fumble in the same play, and the Vikings maintain possession of it. That was close for you, the real McCoy. Jeez, bro. That was so close. 3rd and 6. All right, they're showing 3rd and 6 for the Raiders, down 7-24. Taking the snap, dropping back, firing, finding his man, 1st down. And here we go. Bills, passes behind the Bills, nothing there. Your heart's got palpitations. Bro, I thought it was all over right there. I really did. All right. 2nd and goal for Buffalo. Here they go. 1st and 10 also for the Raiders marching towards the red zone. Finding Genty. And there is a tackle for loss. 3rd and goal for Buffalo. There you go. So here they go. Here they go. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. Drop back. And Josh Allen looking for it himself. And he's got it. Touchdown. Josh Allen. Josh Allen for the touchdown, rushing it in himself. 22-7. Bills are running away from this one. Bills are running away with this one. All right. And they're doing a 1st and 10 on the Raiders. Geno finds his man, Trey Tucker, who's down just short of the 1st down line. Extra point is good, 23-7 for Buffalo. So here they go, 2nd and 2 for the Raiders. Genty trying, nothing there. It's going to be 3rd down. So All right, here they go. Touchdown, Brock Bowers. Touchdown, Brock Bowers. Oh, a timeout called. And it knocks that touchdown off the board. Oh my goodness. Yo, Aiden, how are you? You're nervous. You're tied 145 with your matchup last game is Sunday night. You have Sutton and Troy Franklin. He has McLaurin. Which of these wide receivers should you start? Oh my God, that is the craziest question ever. That is the craziest question ever. Who do you start? Troy Franklin or Portland Sutton? Both of them on the same team. Man, that's so tough. That is so tough. So oh man, let me pull up both of their game splits. Because what's his name was asking me, Real McCoy was asking me about this too, on who Troy Franklin's player profile, right? And you look at Cortland Sutton, and he gets all the top corners and everything, top looks. It's a great matchup against Washington. So you're basically just asking me who do I think is gonna, catch the ball more between and Cortland Sutton and Troy Franklin, right? Like that's basically uh the question. So if we take the last games as it, Cortland Sutton is getting a lot less targets. But his targets are higher value, right? Man, this is tough. This is really, really tough. Um, God, I think I just go with the alpha in this case. And Cortland Sutton, both of them have roughly the same amount of targets. I kind of like Troy Franklin, but I don't know. How I feel is like if I play Cortland Sutton and Troy Franklin goes, all right. But if I play Troy Franklin and Cortland Sutton goes, that feels a little worse. They both have roughly the same amount of targets. Troy Franklin's been looking better recently. So if you want to go with Franklin, go ahead. Brock Bowers with the touchdown. So, um, you know, who has the best chance to beat um McLaurin? I think it's so close. It's a coin flip. I envision, Troy Franklin's uh if he doesn't catch a touchdown, right? Uh if he doesn't catch a touchdown, Troy Franklin, you're I think you're looking at, something like four or five catches, right, for maybe 50 yards. Um and then Cortland Sutton, I'm just gonna I'm gonna ride him because it's been so tough for him recently that I feel like they try to make him right in this game. But I think Franklin probably has a slightly safer floor. It's weird to say that out loud. It's weird to say that, but uh I think there's a safer floor with Troy Franklin. So I it's so close. It's so close. But I think I would go uh Cortland Sutton, but it's close. It's close. Um Hopefully that helps you. Basically, it's a coin flip and go with whoever you think it on. But I would probably play Sutton in that matchup. But Franklin has a floor. Man, this is so tough. I keep talking myself out of Sutton and trying to play Franklin for the floor since it's McLaurin. Yeah, maybe I would go with the floor since McLaurin's playing against Denver. I don't expect McLaurin to score that much. So that's how I would talk myself into the floor. I know I went back and forth a lot there. Final answer is Franklin, but just go with your gut. It's a coin flip. Go with your gut, okay? But much love to you. Hopefully that helped you. I'm sorry I wasn't much of a help. I would play Franklin. I would play Franklin, but for the safety of the floor. But you know, Cortland Sutton is the number one. But that's what I would do. I would play Franklin. I hope that helps, but I could be wrong. So go with your gut. Just go with your gut on this one. But much love to you. Here. Actually, let me do this. Here's a coin. Heads is Cortland Sutton. Okay, it was heads. You're playing Cortland Sutton. It was heads. That's how I would decide that. I like the floor of Franklin better, but I think they're gonna try to make Cortland Sutton right in this game. So I went back and forth a lot. So much appreciated for asking the question. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and flip a coin. Real McCoy says Wandale 94% start over Franklin. I agree with that. Definitely if you had Dobbs started and Warren coulda, shoulda, woulda, you're winning, but you're not a wizard. The coin has spoken. Exactly, right? So hopefully that helped you. But much love to you and your team. All I can do is laugh because I don't know what to tell you. Hey, Dono, I don't mind if you don't drop a like because that was not very helpful. That was not very helpful. Brian says, for the playoffs, would I rather play Chiefs defense against the Titans week 16 or Bills against the Browns? That's a great question. Let's look at home courts. Who is the home courts there? So week 16 is looking. Where is it? You got the Bills playing at the Browns. Okay, so I don't like that. And then Chiefs is why can't I find the Chiefs? At the Titans. So they're both away. They are both away. So what I envision in this, right? I would say the Bills, Browns, maybe it's a lower scoring game. And maybe there's not that much upside, but you know, you'll probably get away with the reasonable fantasy numbers since the Browns can't really score, right? Titans can kind of score, but they're very inconsistent. And I think there's more upside in terms of Chiefs to score more points. So floor wise, I would go with the Bills. Upside wise, I would go with the Chiefs. No, it is week 16. So I think I would go Chiefs there for most lineups, but the Bills, I don't think the Browns are going to score much. So I think, that score might look, something like, 17-7 or something like that, right? But I don't know if there's going to be, like interceptions and fumbles like crazy for the Bills. But you could see more interceptions, fumbles, sacks, and things like that against the Titans. So I think I would lean the Chiefs. I hope that helps. Let me know if or if not. But much love. Hopefully this helps you. But since it's also, a couple weeks out, you can also watch it for another week or two, right? To see what the Bills defense and the Chiefs defense looks like. But for now, if everything were going to happen tomorrow, I would play the Chiefs. Hopefully that helps you. Addison or Reed next week? Oh, geez, man. I think both of those are long stretch plays, right? Packers are playing the Broncos. I don't like that matchup. Um, and then the Vikings are playing the Cowboys. I like that matchup, but I would watch it. JJ McCarthy is not the greatest, but look how bad Brosmer looked this week. So if Brosmer's playing again, I don't even know if the matchup's going to help you in that sense. So I think if McCarthy's playing, I'm willing to take the risk on Addison. I mean, Reed is a long shot play too, but he's playing against a great defense, right? So I could see the Packers Broncos game being a slugfest, like 10-14, low scoring game. And then the Vikings Cowboys might be a higher scoring game, hopefully, right? If they turn things around this week. And then you're just hoping you get a piece of that. 14 teamer, your bye's locked up, but you still want to win. Okay. Well, that takes the pressure off it a little bit, right? So yeah, I think I would roll Addison there. Hopefully that helps you. You should have signed Darnold for 2 years and let JJ just sit and watch. I agree, Brian. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. I was like, if I were the Vikings, I would be majorly regretting that that look. Um so I agree. I definitely agree that I would have wanted that back and signed Arnold there. So it's not like you had to move off of him quickly, but it seems like Sam Darnold had a good contract in lineup, uh high paying contract or something, and the Vikings just didn't want to even entertain that. Uh like how good the Seahawks are doing. Darnold's not great, but he's definitely doing better than what's it called, right? He's definitely playing better than the other guys, right? So uh I agree with you. I agree. Um Hopefully that was helpful. I know some of these last answers have not been helpful. I've been kind of skirting the line, but hopefully that helps you guys. Much love. Drop a like if you can. Let's see what happens in the last few minutes of these games. Much love to you and your fantasy teams. Hopefully everybody makes playoffs. Wentz come back from the dead, please. I know that's so crazy, right? That is so crazy that we were like, okay, you know, Carson Wentz coming in, and it's funny that we were rooting for him to come back, right? Because JJ and Brosmer, they look so terrible. But at least Carson Wentz moved the football, right? At least he moved the football. So I know that's tough to see in here, right? That is very, very tough. All right, so we got the ends of the games coming here. 10-point lead for the Chargers. Trying to run the football and run the clock out. We got the uh Bills in commanding lead 23-7. JJ and Addison, and they can't get a QB. Even a Jameis would have been good. I know, dude. I know you have a great receiving core. You know, I don't love TJ Hawkinson, but he's not a terrible tight end, right? And then you got Jones and Mason in the backfield to be able to do something. And then Naylor coming out of nowhere looking like a decent receiver as well, right? It's just so sad to see the Vikings. I think Brissett, if anything, should be heavily pursued. I agree, dude. I don't think I don't think the Cardinals are gonna let him go. I think they're gonna sign him, bro. I would do that. If they could get rid of Kyler and uh keep Brissett, I mean, why not, right? They haven't been winning, but he's looked way better than Kyler. Try to get rid of that Kyler contract, sign Brissett. That's looking like what I think they would do. Trade Kyler for 2 firsts. I would do that in a heartbeat, but I don't think anybody's taking Kyler for 2 firsts, you know? Oh, you think the Raiders might? Hey, just because us Raiders here are not winning football games does not mean we want Kyler Murray, okay? Does not mean we want Kyler Murray. I don't know if you can get 2 firsts for Kyler. I feel like that is way too expensive. I feel like the what's it called? The jig is up with Kyler and people see, what Brissett's doing. Maybe people take a bet on him because of his rushing upside, but I don't know. I feel like that is a long shot. Like I feel like you almost have to give him away for free cuz what's his contract? His contract is pretty big, right? Uh his contract 5 years, 230 million through the 28 season, 160 million guaranteed. Like how are you going to move that, you know? How are you going to move, 120 million guaranteed for 2 first round picks? I feel like the best you're going to get is like a second round or a third round pick for Kyler. Maybe you can trade him for a junk player or like a backup quarterback or something, but because you're basically asking the other team here, take this huge salary, right? And who wants to pay, 30, $40 million a year for Kyler Murray? Like, I don't know who does. At least Genty and Bowers are fun to play in Madden. I know. I know. Don't make me sad, bro. Don't make me sad. On a positive end, right? Us Raiders fans, we have to look at the positive end. On the positive end, we also out of nowhere had Trey Tucker, right? Who potentially with a good quarterback, he's breaking free a lot in the backfield. Hopefully he can become like Alec Pierce or something, and do something. Mason Crosby's playing some good football. Um, so I I I don't know about our coaching staff though. I do not know about our coaching staff. Um, glad Chip Kelly's gone, but I don't know if Pete Carroll is the truth or not. Give him a Trey Henderson on the other side. Oh, give him some other pressure. Give him some other help to pressure. Oh my God, that would be scary. I know. Look at like the Browns defensive line. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. I I know it's so sad. The Raiders are so sad. My favorite thing about the Raiders is when my fantasy players play against them this year. When my fantasy players play against the Raiders. Oh man. But geez, bro, that that was not a good season for us. I will say that for sure. I will say that for sure. All right, so 3rd down and 2 for Buffalo here, up 23-7 against Pittsburgh and under center. Let's see what Josh Allen decides to do. It's a handoff, and Cook gets the first down. Brian says, honestly, just attack the draft like the Texans, get that early QB and elite defense players in the first round, trade up. I know our offensive line is really bad too. I have mixed feelings about where the Raiders are at of drafting offensive linemen. I have mixed feelings about that because, like, when you draft offensive linemen, it's not guaranteed to hit, right? And so I'm kind of thinking similarly to you. Like, we don't have anywhere with quarterbacks, so we're either gonna have to trade for it, right, or we're gonna have to get lucky on a draft pick, right? We're good with Bowers, we're good with Genty. You know, I kind of agree with you on just trying to load up on maybe some defensive linemen, right? Maybe whatever it is on the defensive end, and then just take a prayer on a quarterback and hope that he works out. Because Geno Smith plus Pete Carroll, that ain't it. That's definitely not it. And I don't know how we end up fixing our offensive line, but that has to be fixed as well. That has to be fixed as well. Um, Appreciate you too, Brian. God bless. Have a good night. Have a great week, bro. Happy Thanksgiving. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right, 2nd and 8 for the Chargers, and they get a first down, I believe. Get the first down here. Fam, how are you, fam? You need a ceiling. Start Knicks or dart at QB. That's a great question. So I mean, the matchup for the Commanders is better. Bo Nix plays better at home. Um, so you know, I don't know if I would consider his upside here, because for the upside you need two things to happen, right? You need you need uh you need the other team to score, and you need your team to be able to uh do well, right? The other team needs to be able to score so that your team could score, essentially, right? Um I think my one hesitation also with Washington is it's at Washington. There's some wind projected tonight. I don't know if it, knocks the whole game away, but I don't know if that just means if the Broncos are winning because Commanders suck, do they just, run the football more? Um, so game script wise, Patriots are probably going to score against the Giants, right? Um, so I think I would take Jackson Dart. I don't know how high of a ceiling you need, but I think Jackson Dart can reasonably get, 25 fantasy points. I don't know if that's high enough of a ceiling for you, but I would prefer to start Dart over Knicks. Knicks does have the blow up games, but those were all at home. If you have a feeling for Knicks, go for it. But I'm playing Dart in most situations here. I hope that helps you. Much love. Best of luck for that ceiling that you need. I don't know how many points you need, but hopefully that helps you win. Much love to you and your team, fam. First, let me know if that helps. Drop a like if you can. But best of luck to you and your team, and happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you, fam. Happy Thanksgiving. All right. So what else do we got going on here? It seems like all these games are coming to a close. 2-minute warning for the Chargers game. Bills are marching towards the red zone, about to score again against the Steelers. TJ Watt is on the sideline and injured. All right. And we got we got nothing going on here. Flag is thrown. All right, 27-yard line for the Bills. Here we go. First and 10 gets about 5. So here come the Chargers outside of the 2-minute warning, 2nd and goal here. It looks like they'll probably run this up the gut a couple times. Handoff, and he gets the touchdown. Touchdown, Chargers. And that is Jarrett Patterson, the backup running back. So the Chargers are winning by 16 now, up 30-14. Extra point would make it a 3-possession game. This game is pretty much over. It's got to be frustrating for the Raiders, but the Chargers have controlled this whole game, and it looks like they're about to walk away with this win here. Looks like they're about to walk away with this win here. All right. So here we go. Let's see. It's going to be extra point. Extra point is down and good. So 31-14. Chargers are up 17. You got to think that their game is iced at this point. Game looks definitely iced at this point. All right, we got a minute 55 left. The Raiders will probably try to just score one more touchdown, garbage time touchdown to make something happen. We got the what's it called? The Steelers losing. Steelers are getting their butt kicked too. We'll see if they can make something happen. Steelers make something happen on the last drive of the game. You imagine Buffalo's either going to score a touchdown or at worst a field goal here. And the Chargers pretty much just need to make a few tackles against the Raiders. And even if the Raiders score, they could just basically take 3 knees and win this game. Just no onside kicks and touchdowns. 17-point game, so it's 3 scores. So pretty much impossible. Pretty much impossible for the Raiders to win here. But we got the 2-minute warning in the Buffalo game as well. We got the 2-minute warning in the Buffalo game as well. All right, so here come the Raiders trying to score one more time. One more time. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. So here they go. 2nd and 17. Nothing there. 3rd down. 3rd down. Here we go. 3rd down and 13. 3rd down and 13 for the Raiders. Taking the snap, dropping back. Geno Smith looking, thrown away. Bills 3rd and 2, running it. James Cook, nothing there. 4th and maybe 1 or 4th and 2. So we'll see what the Bills decide to do here on 4th and 1. Probably go for it. All right, Bills trying to put the game away here. Vegas runs it on 4th down. That game is now over. 4th and 2, minute 18 left for Buffalo. So probably kick a field goal here. So up 16 right now, 2 possession. They can go up 3 possessions right here. So there you go. Chargers win, move into 8 and 4. Chargers win. Raiders lose. And here come the taking the knees for the Chargers. The Chargers win. And here they go. Kick is up. And kick is good. Buffalo is winning 26-7. 26-7. Maybe a garbage time touchdown here for Pittsburgh. We shall see. We shall see. All right. 67 seconds left for the Bills. we'll go to the end of this game. Thanks, guys, so much for watching, dropping your comments, celebrating with me. Drop any last thoughts, comments, questions for this stream. We'll be wrapping this up with the Bills game coming to a close. Did you guys win this week? How you guys doing? Let's see what happens here. Let's see if the Bills and if Pittsburgh can score one more time against the Bills. Jagger says you need 18 points to make the playoffs. You have Sutton, Franklin, and Depot. Who do you play? You only can play one? If you only can play one, or let me know if that's the case. If you're only playing one, is this PPR too or standard? I'm gonna talk as if it was PPR, but correct me where I am wrong. You can only play one, and it is PPR. Okay, so man, all right, let's pull up their team. Let us pull up their team. Denver wide receivers. Cortland Sutton and Troy Franklin. All right, so if you need 18, you're basically stretching for a season, all right? And it looks like so Troy Franklin hit that 4 times, or sorry, Cortland Sutton hit that 4 times. Troy Franklin has hit that 1, 2, twice. Is that right? Double check your stats too, because I'm looking at half PPR right now, but I'm trying to change it to PPR. It looks like Troy Franklin has only hit that point total twice versus Cortland Sutton's hit it 4 times. If that is the case, I'm going Cortland Sutton, right? Just because he's done it more times. They're on the same team. And while it seems like while it seems like Franklin has a safer floor, since you're stretching for the ceiling, I would go for Sutton there. I hope that helps you. Drop a like if you can. Let me know if you disagree, Jagger. But thanks for one last question. Let me know if there's anything else. I'm signing off soon, guys, since the Buffalo game just ended. Let me know if there's any last minute questions, comments I could help with. But congrats to those who won this week. Congrats to those who are making playoffs. Best of luck. I know there's a lot of people banking on these last 2 games, one tonight and one Monday, to win their league. So many celebrations to you. Much love to all of you. Thank you so much for watching this stream. I'll be here again tomorrow and next week. So much love to everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know if there's any last minute questions, but the Bills did end up winning this game, so I'm going to end this poll here. Let me know if you have any last minute thoughts or questions. But again, thank you so much, guys, for watching. Much love to everybody. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Best of luck to you in playoffs, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace.